Tournament. It will get underway here in just a little bit. An hour and a half from now, it'll be Cincinnati taking on Iowa State. And yes, Cyclones have taken over downtown. All of the Cyclone fans here from Ames and in the area here for the Big 12 Tournament, as they typically do, because we should have a really fun day today when we've got a high of 73 here in the area. Clear skies, blue skies, 73 degrees today. And all three of the bigger ticket teams that are playing on the same day, Iowa State, again, an hour and a half from now, assuming they knock off Cincinnati. I would appreciate them to knock off Cincinnati. It certainly helps Kansas City. But if they knock off Cincinnati, then you can expect probably the Iowa State fans to hang out, continue to be down here around the Big 12 Tournament. That always helps with the atmosphere with the Iowa State fans. Great fan base, always travels so well. We love the Iowa State fans around here. And then coming up later on tonight, we've got Kansas State and Baylor, and then Kansas and UCF. And some interesting games with that we will get into and talk about. As Kansas State won last night, they took care of business, knocking off Arizona State, which was good because it did create this day today that we have all three of these local teams. And
thank you, Coleman Hawkins.
Yes, darn right. Thank you, Coleman, for looking healthier now with that knee brace and playing a couple of games since he missed a number of games in a row. And they, obviously weren't playing as well without Coleman Hawkins on the floor, but they look pretty good with him out there on the floor, and we'll see what they can do against Baylor. Again, a game that when they were in Waco, they were leading with 7 minutes to go in that game. I mean, they end up losing the game, but they were leading in that game, and then obviously we know with Scott Drew after the game and the conversation that took place. And then, by the way, K-State then took off and started playing some really good basketball. So that all now culminates and comes full circle as they have K-State tonight at 6 o'clock. And then at 7 o'clock, our coverage of KU and UCF starts with Brian and Greg, a little pregame at 7 o'clock with an roughly 8:30 tip tonight. Kansas and UCF on the television will be ESPN2, K-State ESPN Plus. Again, like I said, I'm not sure who K-State pissed off before this season, but they made somebody at the Big 12 mad because I think if I went back and looked, I'd say they probably have as many or up near the top of the amount of ESPN Plus games in the Big 12 season this year. There are 2 ESPN Plus games today, and K-State is part of that, along with Colorado.
But you could be down
West
here
Virginia.
And watch live.
Darn right, you could be down here and watch live and hanging out here. I went back and looked, and this is
huge.
That's right. Since 2017, this will be just the third day of the Big 12 tournament. So all of the Big 12 tournaments that we've had, this will be the third day that the same day Iowa State, KU, and K-State will play. So out of all the Big 12 tournaments we've had here in Kansas City, so going back to 2017, since then, there was a day in 2019, a day in 2023, and now today. Now, what I didn't do was go back and look at the weather on those days. I guess I should have gone back and looked at the weather on those days.
Hard to beat this.
Because I would guess it's probably not 70 degrees and all three of those teams playing on the same day. So this is as good of a day as we can get. And maybe we'll have the same thing tomorrow. Maybe it'll be just as beautiful tomorrow. I think weather-wise it'll be just as beautiful tomorrow, but then maybe we will have the Iowa State and BYU to start the day on Thursday with KU and Texas Tech, followed by Kansas and Arizona, or K-State and Texas Tech and Kansas and Arizona coming up tomorrow night because, KU would not play Texas Tech. That's flipped. That's the 2 seed is Texas Tech and the 3 Arizona. So we'll see what goes on today. We will talk some college football. We'll talk about K-State's win last night, what it means, and then what it could mean for today. And we'll talk about KU in action later on tonight. Mizzou gets their postseason season schedule underway tomorrow night, and in the SEC tournament down in Nashville, so we'll talk about that as well. The Chiefs move some money around to create some cap space so they can actually be legal and in compliant with the NFL today at 3 o'clock. So about 5 hours from now, they had to free up roughly $50 million in cap space with Patrick Mahomes and Chris Jones' contract. So we will talk about that as well and some of the moves that they have made.
Well, one, there's always money in the banana stand.
100%.
And two, not only does Missouri get underway tomorrow, KU gets underway today. The bachelor party I'm going on gets underway this evening.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
well,
so that's
matters.
big. That's
that
big.
Matters. So are you flying right after the show?
We are driving.
Oh, that's right. You said you're driving.
We're driving to St. Louis tonight. Staying very close to a casino, which who would have thought that? Who would have put that on the agenda?
They said we're staring close to one of his friends. It's a fellow by the name of Larry Flint. It's on the other side of the river, but it's one of his friends that we're staying at. I trust him. He seems like a good dude. He seems like a straight shooter. Oh. So yeah, I was skeptical at first, but again, so Mr. Flint, we'll see what he has to offer. And they said something about like 3 o'clock in the morning. I'm not sure. I'm just going to play it by ear.
They have great wings. It's great wings. It's
buffet,
a great buffet.
The buffet there is amazing.
Well, that's why I'm going there to Larry. The Hustlers Club.
Well,
there's a couple in New Orleans. I was walking by, and I was laughing on Bourbon Street, and I was I go, I know that place. Well, I don't actually know it personally, but I know the name.
Yeah. Good for you. Good for you.
From
the trial.
Well, because we do that drive. You do the same drive every single time to Louisville, and so every time I've learned stories.
I'm always curious as to who the special guest is that week.
Yeah, it could be anyone.
As we're driving by, like, oh, who's the special guest this week? Oh, okay, that's cool.
Yeah.
Jack, welcome into the conversation. How are you, sir?
Jack, do you like Larry Flint's Hustlers Club?
I mean, no, it's not even that. It's just your friend Larry Flint. It's your
there
friend
you
of a
go.
friend. It's an acquaintance. I don't even know what you're talking about. I'm just saying your friend's buddy named Larry. So.
That's fair.
Jack, you doing good? You doing good today?
I'm doing good. How's the apparel look down there? Any new stuff there?
No, tons of Iowa State. Tons of Iowa State right now. So a lot of that going on. But I think there'll be purple. There'll be some Jayhawks rolling around as well coming up later on today. So
in fairness, the Iowa State pep rally just finished.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Cincinnati's is going on at this moment. Then you have obviously a couple more games, the West Virginia and Colorado. But K-State will pack it. They started getting pretty packed here. Yesterday was the first time they ever did a Tuesday. Right, for the Big 12 tournament. So that was a little interesting.
Tuesday afternoon.
I think a lot of people start taking off, or should I say getting sick around Wednesday for work. They call into their boss, sorry, I'm sick today. And the only cure is an ice-cold Miller Lite.
I thought it was cowbell. I thought that was the only cure.
Both.
But no, they got some Miller Lights flowing down here. It is the Miller Lite Fan Fest with KC Live Block at the Power and Light District, presented by Sports Radio 810 WHB, featuring team pep rallies, watch parties, contests, live music, great food, and cold Miller Lite. Beautiful, beautiful week. And it is brought to you by the CW Farm and Ranch Venue, River Bluff Brewery, and Church of the Resurrection. So let's talk about what we saw last night for K-State. I mean, look, we all know that what's in front of K-State to make the NCAA tournament is to win 4 more games. And then they can win the NCAA tournament, or they can go to the NCAA tournament. You gotta go on the run here. It was a nice game last night from K-State and Coleman Hawkins. Can we play the conversation here as we get things started in college basketball? We'll play the conversation that Todd Lebo had one-on-one with Jerome Tang after the game was over. Todd, just yeoman's work. He was here all day yesterday, working all 4 of the games, including the K-State game last night. So here's that conversation, Todd Lebo and Jerome Tang after K-State knocked off Arizona State. They get ready for game number 2 against Baylor.
Great start tonight. Got to be a little bit of a dogfight for a while. What did you see in your guys to have you pull this one out?
I love the toughness of our guys. We've been resilient all year long, and we can win in a different variety of ways, and so we like the grimy, tough game.
And when David got foul trouble, it was not what you want, but what was he able to see from the bench to come in and make a big play at the end, and kind of how do you keep guys' spirits up?
That's a 3-year vet in the program that has a big heart and cares about his teammates and this university, and his first year, he might have not been able to respond well last year. That might take him a little long this time. He was a great teammate on the bench, and he was ready. He just kept himself ready. You could see the look in his eye that just given to play the last 8 minutes without picking up the 5th foul and be aggressive. Very proud of him.
And Coleman was great tonight. He didn't have the knee brace on. He felt confident. How'd that all work together?
No, it's been great. I mean, when Coleman was healthy, we were playing really good basketball. And then he got hurt, right? And so it took us a little while. And so I'm excited to see him. Luke has done a great job, and Phil's done a great job with him, and Coleman's worked really hard to get back. So we're excited to keep playing.
So attitude, it's I know the season hasn't been exactly what you wanted, but you guys have been able to come in here in this game with a great attitude. What do you attribute that to?
We got a staff and a team that love each other, and every day we just figure out ways to pour positivity into each other, and our guys know that we care about them. We care about them way more than the basketball court, and because of that, there's these heart connections that are formed, and so we don't want to stop hanging out with each other. We don't want to, we want another night in the hotel. We want another, shoot around. We want another film session. We want another mentor session. These guys, they want that because they want that. They bring this great energy and passion because we know, we still have a lot of basketball ahead of us.
A little preview for us. Tomorrow night, it's Baylor. You know a lot about Baylor, the program. You guys played them really well down there earlier this year. They had a great second half. What are the challenges with Baylor?
Man, those guards, they got 4 of them, and then Norchad, in the middle, and they're playing a little different than what they were playing the last time, and so we're going to have to figure that out. But he's got multiple weapons out there, and they can all shoot and dribble and pass, and then that big fella, man, he's just a monster. That game against Houston he had, how tough they were, and his rebounding, so our challenge is cut out for us. We're going to watch some film and figure this thing out.
Good luck.
Thanks a lot. God bless.
The game last night was fascinating from the standpoint that, look, I've never played. It's been a while since I played, Division I college basketball.
Been a little bit there, Jason.
Roughly 44 years that I've played Division I college basketball. I feel like for an athlete, haven't we heard that it can go either way when you talk about wearing like a brace or something like that, to where he's been wearing this brace since he's returned. First game he's not wearing the brace. Is there concern? Is it like, do I trust it, or I'm free? And it looked like last night, okay, let's go ball. He hits 3 threes to start the game. They go up, 12-1 on the run before Cincinnati calls the timeout. They, have the 13 or 17-point lead, whatever it was in the first half. And the crazy back and forth, that first half was crazy because it was K-State jumping all over Cincinnati. Cincinnati sitting back, taking a deep breath, and then Cincinnati making their run to take the lead.
Arizona State.
Why did I keep saying Cincinnati? Good
because they're having the pep rally right now.
There's Cincinnati people walking
You're
down
watching
here.
The Cincinnati fans.
I'm watching somebody.
Sorry, the fan.
I'm watching somebody eat. Is that Skylight? Did you bring that from? Good God, man! We've got food here. It's much better. Anyway,
they all have signs that say sign Trey Hendrickson. It's really weird.
It's odd. Is that Joe Burrow demanding a trade right there? Will quarterback for food is what he said. That's an odd thing to put on the corner there. Anyway, Arizona State. And then Arizona State comes back, which, by the way, Danny Hurley, they have said that he will be Bobby Hurley. He'll be back. Which Hurley is it? Is it Jeff Hurley? Larry Hurley. Very good. He'll be back for another year at Arizona State. But they take the lead. So it's not like Kansas State jumped out to a huge lead and then kept them at arm's length. Like, they had to then fight back again. And then, then they come back and take the lead. And Gasson with foul trouble, as Todd was talking about. I don't know how to feel sometimes about this K-State team, because they are a team that a number of times this year has looked like a tournament team, and a number of times this year has looked like a team that maybe the CBI wouldn't invite. Like, it just is a weird season, and maybe that's what happens when you've got a bunch of guys that are playing together, some of them for the first time, that chemistry doesn't always connect, and maybe it does for a little bit, and then it doesn't. And maybe next year this K-State team could catapult if everybody returns, and I know it's not going to happen, but I'm saying in a traditional of what we remember of college basketball of yesteryear, and you say, man, all these guys returning, and then next year they'll take what's happened this year, learn from it, and really take off. But as I've talked about before, there's not enough runway in a college basketball season for a one-year type thing like that.
I don't know, man. They don't have enough depth. They don't have.
I'm just talking about like
consistent. I know you're talking about like the consistency aspect of this, because they had that. There was the 6-game streak where they looked like the best.
Right.
But teams, I think, in general, can go on runs where they get hot, and they do have some talented guys. Obviously, Gasson and Coleman Hawkins and Doug McDaniel at time has looked really, really good this year.
Allison knocked down a couple threes last night.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe in a nutshell, if they ran the simulation again, they're probably a tournament team.
But I don't mean for this year. I mean like you come together this year, you go go through the ups and downs,
Sure.
and then you go through an off-season return, and you go, all right, look what we learned from last year, and now we can play more consistent basketball, and some of those close losses turn into wins because that's what always happens. The close wins don't turn into losses. The close losses turn into wins.
Sure.
And they
It
would
worked
look
for
more
Missouri
consistent.
to an extent with some of the guys, but Missouri also had a whole bunch of new faces this year, too. You know, Kansas maybe is in the same boat, but Kansas had a lot of veterans still in this team. It was more or less the role players for KU that have been the new faces. Yeah, I don't know, man. Every single team in college basketball now, this is the new era. And that's going to come down to recruiting, and can you get guys who can be schematic fits right away? I think Bill Self is learning that the hard way. I think K-State is learning that they learned it the hard way this year with that. Missouri I don't know, you want to say got lucky, or they recruited well. They found guys that were going to fit their system and buy in. It felt like K-State didn't have the full buy-in. They weren't playing out of love. They didn't have that the whole season.
Well, and Jack, I think it's a symptom of college basketball now, is that there is there's a bigger sense of urgency early on to every single season, because, you know, a 2-point loss to Liberty, you know, a 3-point loss to Drake in overtime, a 1-point loss to TCU, like things along the way, and you don't have the traditional, like, hey, you can build this year for next year. Like, it's a 1-year run, 1-year run, 1-year run. And I think what we see from K-State is every year, whether that's Kansas or Missouri or K-State, next year at this time when we're talking about November and December, you see the sense of urgency that's there, and those small little losses, you know, could be the difference of us talking about, hey, you know what, if K-State wins today, they're in. You know, that conversation that we could be having that we're not, because of losses early and then the stretch late after they went on that 6-game winning streak.
Well, it was almost impossible after year one for Jerome Tang to continue to put up seasons like that because of how hard it is to make an Elite Eight run. I mean, what that first team was able to do, it set a bar so high at Kansas State that when you fall short of it, you feel like it's a failure of a season. However, last year, we kind of had the same conversations about, you know, those last-second losses, some mistakes here and there down the stretch. That's why they ended up missing the tournament. And then they went into this offseason and really went out there to spend money. They brought in Coleman Hawkins. They got Doug McDaniel. They got Brendan Housen. They got Max Jones, C.J. Jones. It was basically an entire new roster. And to your point, why it is difficult to build programs. And Jerome Tang said, I want to say after the Iowa State game, that they're really going to focus on player retention and not so much building or assembling a new roster for next year. Because if that roster doesn't work out, now you've coached there 4 years and you've missed the tournament 3 times. And we still know that this group, their season's ongoing. If they win the Big 12 tournament, then they would be in the dance. But to me, it's so hard to convince a college athlete now to stay at a program for more than 2 years. I mean, when you think about it, the guys that have gotten a lot of playing time for K-State, I mean, Hawkins will be gone. I believe Doug McDaniel will be gone. But let's take Brendan Housen, for example. He has started nearly every single game, if not all the games he's played in, if I'm not mistaken. He's a dead-eye three-point shooter, and that's going to be highly sought after, right, in the offseason. And even though you would like to think, well, come on now, we gave him a ton of minutes. He started. He was one of our favorite players, and you're telling me it still might be hard to convince him to stay. Maybe it will be. Maybe it won't be. I don't know Brendan Housen personally. He might love playing here. And if Jerome Tang takes this year and says, we need to run it back with 70% of these guys. We need to make sure that we're bringing back a lot of players that were on this team so we can build from it, because otherwise it's not at all a successful season, even from a building standpoint. Because if you miss the tournament, which it's likely they still will, and then you got to reload an entire new roster, well, then this season was all for nothing, right? There was nothing you could pull from it and say, well, at least we got good minutes late from a true freshman like a David Castillo, or at least we were able to build with Brendan Housen. It all could be up in the air, but hopefully for Kansas State, they can retain the majority of this roster.
And it can start to get difficult with going back to the NIL coffers and say, hey, a little bit more money here and like, hold on. Well, last year you had this money and we didn't make the tournament. You know, what are we spending it on? How are we utilizing and making sure the acquisition of certain players, the cost matches what we're bringing in. That's going to be crucial for Jerome Tang as well, assuming that Kansas State does not win 4 consecutive games starting today and 5 overall in the Big 12 tournament. I want to take a timeout. I want to come back. And for the Kansas Jayhawks and tonight's game against UCF, part 3 of this battle that KU destroys UCF on the road. And then it's a little nip-tuck later on, and now this is part 3, and UCF takes care of Utah last night, knocking down, 8 threes in the second half. And so I want to talk about when the last time it was that it felt like the Big 12 tournament was important for KU before the NCAA tournament. Not from a, hey, if you win a couple of games, you get a 1 seed. Or, hey, you're a 2 seed. I mean, when's the last time, if ever, Bill Self has gone into a Big 12 tournament and thought, we really need these games to gain some momentum getting ready, instead of so many coaches are like, man, let's just get past this conference tournament and let's get to the NCAA tournament. I don't want to get injured. I want to get some time to get ready for next week that really matters as a 1 or 2 or sometimes a 3 seed. So we'll talk about that on the other side. Also, Mizzou in the same boat. I mean, there's a lot of times at Mizzou in the their conference tournament, it means a lot for them, and it certainly means more in the SEC. But we'll talk about that from KU and Mizzou on the other side. More Zone right after this on Sports Radio 810 WHB. KU looks in their final game of the season against Arizona, and now heading into the Big 12 tournament. Jack, Dylan, I'm curious from your guys' standpoint that, so many of the major blue blood head coaches, some of them, they can view it differently, their conference tournaments. Some appreciate them. Some can't stand them. Calipari's a coach that could not stand the conference tournaments, just wanted to get it done. People would be like, is he sabotaging this game so he can just simply get to Selection Sunday, and see where he's going? There's a lot of people that wonder how much the conference tournaments even matter to the selection committee. So what does it mean for some of the wins? Like Mizzou's trying to get some quad one wins to help out their seeding. But for Kansas, I don't know if I can remember a time in Bill Self's tenure where going into the Big 12 tournament, it felt like a pretty crucial game or games to see what next week could be like. Because was Arizona just an end of the season senior night, guys coming together, packed house, crazy rowdy crowd as usual, and they pull off the victory against Arizona? And then tonight against UCF, they go back to looking disjointed and disconnected at times? Or do they come out against UCF that finished off Utah and went on the 24-3 run last night in the second half, and again I think hit 8 threes, which I think does matter when you get a chance to play on a court. When you're playing on the Louis Vuitton court for the first time, it might be a little bit different. I don't know if it means anything that the fact that that UCF hit 8 threes in the second half as opposed to the first half when they were getting used to seeing the different designs on the court. But this game feels a lot different than some of the KU games of the past, of just like, you win a couple, you're a 1 seed. You're probably a 2 seed regardless of what happens in your draw. What are you guys feeling in this particular week and game tonight and on in tomorrow with KU? Does it have that feel of these are way more crucial and sort of nervous feelings of how this team looks and how they'll look next week compared to years of past when it was, go out there, play well, win a couple games, and get the 1 seed, or certainly try to win the Big 12 tournament, but not wondering what they look like this week compared to how you'll feel about them next week?
Yeah, for so many years, it was more so of, hey, we won the Big 12 in the regular season, and now we're just going to assert our dominance over the rest of you again and beat a lot of you for a third time and win the conference tournament. And it didn't matter if KU lost the first game or they won it all. They were still going to be a 1 seed. Whereas this week, I believe it's a lot more fun for this team because if they lose tonight, they're a 7 seed probably, or even an 8 seed if they wanted to be harsher on KU. If they win 2 games, they probably go from a 6 to a 5. If they win 1 and lose 1, they might be able to stay at a 6. So having that range of seeds that you could be in the NCAA tournament, it does give you that extra motivation. Because this morning I was looking at Joe Lunardi's bracketology and what teams were at the 12 line, what teams were at the 11 line. If KU's a 6, they're likely getting a Power 5 school as an 11. They could see Oklahoma. They could see maybe Ohio State. They could see Arkansas potentially. But if they get a 12 seed, that probably jumps down to a mid-major where you're getting UC San Diego, still a really scary mid-major program, or a McNeese State, or even though, they're not kind of in this category, but Xavier's another one of those schools that right now is a 12 seed. So that is important. If you are to jump to a 5 seed, you might be getting a much lesser opponent than you would be if you run into an 11 seed from the SEC. So that's what Bill Self has to preach to these guys who already know the circumstances here. Though they're going to be playing in the NCAA tournament regardless, it's about making sure your path is as easy as possible to the second weekend. Last year, there was no need to even win 1 game in the Big 12 tournament because they didn't even play Kevin McCullough or Hunter Dickinson due to injuries. You've got this opportunity to have some serious momentum taking down maybe an Arizona and Texas Tech. Who knows, if you get to Friday or Saturday, they could find themselves in the championship game in a really close game against Houston or against Iowa State or BYU. And that team needs something like that. If they lose tonight and they got to sit on their ass for over a week, you don't feel confident at all that they're going to be able to get to the second weekend. But if they rattle off maybe 3 games here in Kansas City Now you've got some confidence. Maybe some guys that have been struggling of late play much better basketball. That would have to be the result if they win 3 games in Kansas City. And then you would maybe have an easier path to the second weekend. And as we know in the NCAA tournament, you get to the second weekend, at that point it almost feels like a coin flip. You never really know what's going to happen once you get past those first 2 games.
I do wonder if Bill Self sits back. I understand all of this, and even though I would say I'd rather face Oklahoma than like McNeese right now, just in general.
Take that, Todd.
Yeah, take that, Lebo.
I think Todd would rather root for McNeese.
How'd that work out for Mizzou?
Hey.
Now, Dylan, I know that was directed directly at Sterling, not me.
So. Dylan, that hurt, man.
That was a defensive Todd as well. So Todd's not here to defend himself.
I know, but that's why it's just so fun to talk about Lebo. But I do wonder if Bill Self treats it that way, of where there's so much movement that still could be had and get the momentum, or if he goes, we just need to find out who our 5th guy is.
Just go play good basketball.
Well, I honestly wonder if they're like, we got to play A.J. Storr a lot. We got to play Ryland Griffin a lot. We got to play Coit a lot. Whichever guy steps up, that's the guy that's going to be our number 5 in the lineup, our shooting guard-ish spot. That's the guy we're going to roll with for the tournament and going forward. You can still win with those guys, but I do wonder if it's almost a tryout and saying, hey, you know, if we lose, we're still in the tournament. But we have to figure out, is it Coit, is it Ryland Griffin, or is it A.J. Storr? Ryland Griffin right now seemingly has the inside track with Coit off of the bench, but I do wonder if that's the way Bill Self views this. That's how I would view this. Mm-hmm. I would view it as we need to. That's imperative. Which of those 3 guys will be the guy I will roll with? Because we all know once, you know, the NCAA tournament rolls around, those minutes go from 28 minutes to about 35 minutes, right? So you have to have that guy.
And if you're Kansas, like, you want to have the best seed possible, but if you're Bill Self at the hotel and getting ready for tonight's game, like, no matter what you do this week, you don't have any control of what goes on in that room and what they think about you and what they think about your seed. And so for me, if I'm, there with Kansas, what I want to see from tonight and tomorrow, and hopefully if you're Kansas Friday and on into Saturday, is are you playing good basketball? Are you getting close to the best version of yourself at the right time? Or was last Saturday the last breath of the villain that reaches up and grabs the leg and then falls back down? You know, was that what Saturday was, of these seniors, of reaching back up and leaving it all out there, but then that's, all they had, and they go back to playing this disjointed basketball, disconnected basketball that doesn't look like there's a whole lot of chemistry and guys that are trying to get out of their own head. What happens tonight, I think, could be crucial for that. Because, if they treat UCF the way they did the first go-around, I think that could be one of those confidence builders for KU, beating Arizona and then coming back and knocking off UCF. I think this is a more impactful game than just a typical KU first game of the Big 12 tournament, that if they lose, it's a massive upset. If they win, who cares? That's what you were supposed to do anyway. Because, again, that UCF team played on this court last night, won, had a phenomenal second half, is riding high, tons of confidence, and they remember what happened at Allen Fieldhouse and how close they were in that game. They don't remember what happened in Orlando. They don't care about that. That was too long ago. What's the most recent one? And now you get another chance on a neutral floor. You went there and almost won. Now we get them on a neutral floor. We just knocked off Utah, played the way we did, and riding high with our confidence. Yeah, let's go win this game. I think UCF's going to come out incredibly confident to start the game. How does Kansas look? Because if they look disjointed, yeah, there's real concern for next week. Because then if you're a 7 seed, as Jack, you were talking about, well, getting to the second weekend becomes even tougher because now you got a 2 seed that you're dealing with. You're not dealing with, even if you're a 6, I mean, having a 3 seed in theory should be easier. But all of those games, whether it's a 3 or 2, anything in the round of 32 is going to be, a little more difficult unless there's some crazy upset. But you'd rather not be in the 7-10 line to have to worry about, facing off against a 2 seed in that second round. I don't know how much Bill Self is caring about that as opposed to maybe what Sterling was talking about, Jack, Dylan, in finding the rotation, getting guys to believe. Zeke Mayo going out and building off of Saturday, having a good shooting night, because he ain't going to play in Allen Fieldhouse again. Every game along the way is going to be at a neutral court. It's going to be at an arena he probably hasn't played in before, and you got to get used to that. Look, as an amazing shooter myself, Sterling, you can relate to watching good shooters.
Whoa! That's why I played AAU. It's not for this luscious locks. It was because I could shoot.
Your parents had money.
Jimmer Fredette. Dylan, what is with the shots today at me?
Dylan is on. Dylan Zeke Mayo on Saturday.
Yeah, exactly.
He is on fire
I'm
right
just,
now.
in the second half.
I've had a down year, and now I'm just,
He
senior
is
day.
killing it right now. That's great.
I did actually have a example, not because we were playing bad. Remember when Joel Embiid had the issues with his back, and it felt like we had to win games just to give him a chance to get healthy? That's like the only one I can really think of that isn't 2018. Because I'm trying to find like records where we had more than single-digit losses, and that's one of those seasons. We had 10 losses that year, and we ended as a 10 seed. But it felt like we were trying to win games just to get Joel Embiid healthy. Maybe not like get on a hot streak, but we really needed him on the floor. So that's the example I would have for your first question.
Yeah, so I mean, KU in 2019 was a 4 seed, 14 and 15, 2 seeds. That were there, and both of those ended up being the second-round exits. Which was it, 14 or 15 with the or am I
13
too far ahead?
13 and 14. And it was a
13 and 14.
Final AP, they were in the 10 seed. Not like a
number 10.
my
yeah.
bad. They
So,
were 10th in the final AP.
Yeah, so that's an interesting one, and then that rough game against Stanford. Right,
Yeah.
correct?
Yes.
In the second round.
And we lost to Iowa State in the second round of the Big 12 as well.
Yeah, that's right. I think tonight is so crucial just to see them come out and play good basketball. I think for both KU and Mizzou. Like, these first games are crucial to how you come out and play good basketball, because at least KU's coming off a win at home, and Mizzou's coming off a loss, and they haven't rebounded from that Vanderbilt loss when they gave that game away, and they look fractured, and they've got to come out tomorrow and play good basketball. And I think KU, it's just about building off of what they did on Saturday, and it kind of feels like, guys, that if they fall tonight to UCF, it could feel like Saturday was just sort of, now it's in the distant past, and it was kind of all for naught to a degree.
Absolutely. I mean, with UCF too. I mean, yes, they played KU close in Allen Fieldhouse, but you got to be able to reach back and find that 51-point game again. Maybe not the same margin of defeat, but understand that you are a much better team than what UCF is. And let's keep in mind, they're fresher. UCF just had to play last night, though it was a blowout against Utah. You factor that in as well, and KU's going to have the home court advantage really in every game if they got to the championship, unless Iowa State was there as well, and then you probably have 50-50 at T-Mobile. So to go into tonight, I do expect to see a fired-up group. To Sterling's point, I do believe it's important to get somebody else, that sixth man, if you will, to get going in the tournament. I don't know how that will happen with somebody like A.J. Storr 31 games into the year. I mean, it felt like if it was going to happen, it would have happened by now. And Bill Self, he probably wants to minimize the rotation, and who knows, maybe treat this tournament like the appetizer of, we got 7 guys that can play. So you have the starting 5 and then Diggy Coit and Flory Badunga coming off the bench. Let's treat this like a mini tournament. No, our season's not over, but play with that urgency. I believe this team has to have that urgency, not a, well, if we lose, we're still fine, because you've seen that for 30 games now of, we lost, but our season's not done. We should be just fine. You should treat it like a loss is detrimental to your season coming to an end.
I want to piggyback off of what you're talking about, and this is going to be, a theme over the next week or so, because we talk about in the NFL playoffs, like, this is a reputation-building time. MVS, if the Chiefs never made the playoffs, that MVS contract would be brutal. But playoff MVS is different. Playoff Frank Clark was different. And those guys, stepped up and played well. Chris Jones is going to get a gold jacket because he's played in so many Super Bowls and playoff games and things like that. Like, you're seeing what happens. Travis Kelce's postseason numbers are ridiculous of what they would amount to in a 16, 17 game season of 1,500 yards and 12 touchdowns and 100 receptions. I mean, it's just dumb what he does in the playoffs. It's crazy. But whether it's A.J. Storr or Rylan Griffin, let's go back to 2022. If KU were to lose that first game against West Virginia in the Big 12 tournament, and let's say they lose against Creighton when that back-and-forth game and they win by 7 in that game, and not even the Providence game the next week, but that second-round game against Creighton, what would you guys think of Remy Martin?
I would say with Remy Martin
versus now.
Yeah. I mean, he was able to build on that mainly because of the championship game. That was his best performance as a Jayhawk, so that it forever immortalizes him in KU history. But, he had I remember in the Big 12 tournament, he was really good. And that was like with Malik Newman as well a few years before that. It's when he really started to turn it on. So you look back and go, man, that was an impressive few games. But ask any KU fan, on years they fell short, unfortunately, some of those guys just kind of get forgotten about. But if you are on a Final Four team or a championship team, you're forever remembered. I mean, there were guys that were big-time performers, and that KU team lost, 2 games into the tournament or 3 games in.
Yeah, Remy played a total of 10 minutes the final games of the Big 12 regular season. He played 7 minutes on senior night against Texas, 3 minutes against TCU at home. Total of 10 minutes, scored a total of 2 points. Big 12 tournament, first game, played 11 minutes, scored 4. Played 19 minutes, scored 10. Big 12 tournament championship game against Texas Tech, played 26 minutes, scored 12. And then against Texas Southern, 21 minutes, scored 15. Creighton, 29 minutes, scored 20. Providence, 27 minutes, scored 23.
I'm telling you,
and
AJ Storr. I'm just saying. I get it. Remy Martin was better in the regular season. He averaged 8.6 points a game. The efficiency numbers actually were there for Remy, even though he didn't play a ton.
Yeah.
I'm just saying that is the only reason why I'm holding out for AJ Storr. If AJ Storr plays a lot tonight, which is what I would do if I were Bill Self, because I think he can still be an X factor. I know it's stupid. I know I'm dumb. But I'm telling you right now, if you play him 20 minutes tonight, just see what you have in AJ, because I do think he can be the elevator for this team. Well, he is a proven scorer at Wisconsin, a Power 5 school.
And we'll go to break on this. In order for him to play AJ like that, if you want to get 20, 25 minutes out of AJ Storr, the first 20 minutes of the game matter a lot.
Yeah.
Because I don't think you're playing A.J. Storr 20, 25 minutes if he's not playing well just to get him time out there if it's a back-and-forth game against UCF. You come out there and assert your dominance early, then, hey, you've got a little more flexibility to do some of those things. Or maybe A.J. Storr comes out and plays
announce your presence with authority.
That's exactly right. I held it like an egg.
He scrambled it.
More so next. All right, guys, if you are out there and you are suffering from erectile dysfunction, you know that it is a problem that you need to get figured out. Don't waste any time to get it figured out. Heartland. which, by the way, Wichita's here at the tournament. The station is here, so you're driving to Wichita so that they can do the show from here? This is odd, man. I don't know what you're doing, Jack, but that's fine. That's a conversation for a different time. Where's your confidence level? I'll ask Dylan this later on in the show when Mick's with us, but Jack, I'll get your thoughts. Confidence level on how many games you think we'll see from KU here at T-Mobile.
Well, of course, a lot of it's going to depend on tonight. If they go out there and really take
Cop
it to
out.
No, I'll give my official prediction here.
Right.
I do believe at minimum they get to Friday. I believe they get to the semifinals against Texas Tech. However, I'm not going to let the bias take over the reality that Texas Tech's going to shoot 53s again, and they're going to make probably 15 to 20 of those, and KU will get 20 less shots than them. So matchup-wise, that's just not a good one for KU. Yeah. However, you win 2, you beat Arizona again, you're going to have the entire arena on that Friday. We'll see what would happen, but my guess right now is that they win 2, and then they would fall in the semis.
Yep, and I think if you're KU, you'd certainly like BYU to lose tomorrow to Iowa State or Cincinnati. If you're talking about like seeding-wise, you'd like Missouri to lose tomorrow night against Mississippi State or LSU. You're rooting against Illinois. You're rooting against Louisville. You're rooting against Ole Miss. You're rooting against some of these teams that are on the bracket line ahead of you, and then you win so you can feel more secure about a 6 seed as opposed to falling back to a 7. Or if a Mississippi State makes a run or Memphis makes a run, now all of a sudden you slide back to an 8 if you lose early. Like, there's a lot of jockeying for position, or there's none because we have no idea what the committee thinks. We'll talk with Ari Timken next. Selection. We have no more Sundays before Selection Sunday. We don't have to wait any more Sundays. It is Selection Sunday, also known as my wife's birthday on Sunday. So she has a number of years where she is Selection Sunday birthday. So she gets overshadowed by her favorite sport of basketball. So you know what? It works.
Does your birthday ever fall on anything fun?
The Royals games. It's June 24th.
Nice. I get NFL draft a lot.
Okay,
April 25th, we get a lot of NFL draft.
My daughter's April 30th, so every 6 years, leap year, she is a Kentucky Oaks birthday. So the day before, for the Phillies, which is perfect for her because it's the Derby for the Phillies on Friday before the Derby. So she's a Kentucky Oaks baby. Dylan, what's your birthday fall on?
The March 27th, it was the only time it was like the Oscars and Easter one year. So that's about it.
Wow.
And maybe some second round or second weekend NCAA action. Nothing really special.
Yeah.
NFL draft kind of sucks because it's great when you draft Patrick
I
Mahomes
disagree.
because then you're like, oh, yeah, it's a great birthday present. But that also means that now I have to work. So
that's a good point.
For me, now I have to work on my birthday.
Yeah, I can just go hang out at a Royals game for my birthday. Ari Temkin, Big 12 Sports Radio on TuneIn. Ari, what cool things fall around your birthday?
Yeah, I was just trying to think through that, and really nothing for most of my life, with the exception of this year, where my 40th birthday will actually be the same day of the K-State-Iowa State season opening game in Ireland. So week 0 is my 40th birthday this year.
Are you going to enjoy that in Ireland? Any chance they send you?
Absolutely not.
Oh, darn it.
I mean, look, it would be a blast. I've been to Ireland. It's a gorgeous country. I don't know. I'm just not, I don't want to go there and go to a football game. Is that weird? It's so weird to me.
You know what?
I'd love
agree.
to go to. Yeah. People always talk about going to Maui and the invitation. The last thing I want to do if I'm going to Maui is sit in a basketball gym.
Especially one that is really, really hot and stuffy and everybody's cramping up. Yeah, I'm with you. I'm with you. Yeah, I wouldn't want to, if I went, you're right, if I went to Ireland, I'd want to go there to enjoy the country and not all right, well, I'm covering the locker room. I got this press conference this day. All right, well, the family's going on this trip on this day and things like that. We went to Tahoe last year. Well, we go to Tahoe every year with the with the radio station, with the American Century Championship. American Century, fantastic Kansas City company. And for my 10-year anniversary with my wife, she came to Tahoe with us this year. And throughout the day, I'm working, and getting all these interviews and doing the show, and she's sending me pictures of the hikes that she's on and overlooking the lake and everything, where she's eating lunch at, and I'm like, oh, that'd be cool to be with. Boy, happy 10-year anniversary, honey. So yes, I'm with you. That is a great point.
That's it's the funny thing about what we do is nobody's complaining about it, right? We get really cool opportunities to do cool things, but we're working. It's just a lot. I'm leaving for Kansas City. I'm on a 2:40 flight, and my family's coming too, and they're going to be staying, in the burbs with some friends from school that we haven't seen in a while, bringing the kids out at spring break. But I'm not going to see them at all.
Right, yeah. But that's cool, though, that maybe some downtime, you get to see some family a little bit and friends and things like that. That is kind of cool from that standpoint that you get to be here. Before I moved back home, the T-Mobile hosted a regional, and Kentucky played in it. So I got to come back for work and see family that weekend while covering the Kentucky Wildcats. So it happens rarely that get to do that, but it is fun when it happens. Ari Temkin, Big 12 Sports Radio on TuneIn. All right, Ari, what do you think of this Big 12 tournament setup that we have? There's so many good teams in the Big 12 this year, as there every year. Last year was the best conference in America. But it's a really interesting tournament where we have Kansas as a 6 seed, Baylor's a 7, Iowa State. None of those teams get a bye this year in this tournament. BYU takes a massive jump forward. Arizona's first year in the conference, they get a bye. And how about Houston? You know what, Kelvin Sampson? Oh, we're joining a new conference, a bigger conference, tougher conference. That's fine. We'll win it both years.
Yeah, it's kind of upsetting from a KU fan's perspective. And they win 19 of the 20 Big 12 games this year in what appears to be, Jason, the only year we'll ever have 20 league games. So, no team moving forward will even have the opportunity to win 19 league games. And that's what they did this year, which is nothing short of incredible when you consider that they lost, arguably the player of the year in the country last year in Jamal Shed. And, were able to replace with guys that missed last year due to injury, and Terrence Arsenault and JoJo Tugler, and then add a guy like Milos Uzan, who's not the same player as Jamal Shed by any stretch of the imagination. but is kind of the complete perfect fit for what this team is, what this team can do. They're elite defensively, which we've come to expect from Kelvin Sampson teams, but this team can really shoot the rock. They've got really good three-point shooters, but they're not overly reliant on it. And I think that's what, to me, makes them, separates them from the rest of the pack. But, yeah, 1 and 2. 2 is a newcomer this year. We obviously expected, Arizona to be really good, and then they're the 3, actually. But for them to be, basically 2 of the top 3 teams finishing Big 12 play as basically 2 new teams over the last 2 years says a lot about where the conference is going. The drama is not nearly what it has been. I can't remember a Big 12 tournament in recent history that just did not include bubble teams. The Big 12 is pretty set in terms of teams that are getting in. None of them played yesterday. The 4 teams that won yesterday can win their way in by winning this tournament, but normally we're in a situation where you've got 1 or 2 teams that are fighting for a couple of wins to try to get them over the hump, but it kind of appears like this league is set at 8.
Well, and I think, it's one of the things that I was talking about earlier in the show, Ari, and talking about it specifically from K-State's perspective, and that, with the NIL, it seems to be, and Kansas is a little bit different this year with their returning players, and Houston definitely different when you've got Uzan as the only player that's in the first year with Houston. And so, as you mentioned, Shed leaves, Uzan comes in, not necessarily the same player, but the surrounding cast is all the same in another year with Kelvin Sampson. But in the NIL and the roster turnover, it's like, we talked about Kentucky and Calipari, that the one and done's like, all right, you've got to figure out your team quickly because you're trying to make the tournament or make a run in the tournament or get a good seed. And early on, those losses can mount and the tournament's not going to care. Well, yeah, you lost in November. Yeah, but we were freshmen. Who cares? Don't be a bunch of freshmen then build your team differently. But with K-State, what we're seeing is like year by year, you don't have a lot of time to sort of build up to become a team that you feel like, all right, we're playing good basketball. This is the best version of ourselves if you've dropped a few games along the way or too many games along the way. And K-State had that rough stretch to where they were losing some close games or playing, rough in a couple of games. And they lose an overtime game here at T-Mobile against Drake. They lose a closer game against Liberty. And while they're trying to figure things out, Ari, there's just not a whole lot of time. And this year, like, maybe if they had a returning cast from last year, maybe if Coleman was a Wildcat last year, if Doug McDaniel was a Wildcat last year, maybe they win those games and we're talking about K-State playing for seeding. But I think that's just reality of what we're watching is that, there's not a whole lot of time. There's a sense of urgency early in the year to figure out who you are as a team because those games are going to matter and you might be here at Big 12 tournament time and saying, well, you still got to win 4 more games to make the NCAA tournament.
That's a great point, Jason. I mean, it's really important to note the runway is so much shorter for these teams, and I think the old saying "there's more than one way to skin a cat" applies here. I never understood that saying from a literal sense, but figuratively, it always makes sense to me. And that being that, like, going out and building your roster through the transfer portal probably is not the complete right way to go, but it also, as we see, does help you get over the hump based on the certain additions that you have. It's about the right additions. I mean, you could look up and down both the rosters of Kansas and Kansas State and wonder, okay, do they make the right additions? And this is probably 2 straight years for both of those programs where you're wondering if they made the right additions. I mean, with KU and K-State last year, they brought in some questions from an off-the-court perspective. Obviously, with K-State, that was Naquan Tomlin and the troubles that he had and how that helped derail their season last year. For Kansas, there was the offseason that preceded it. They lost a player because of accusations of sexual misconduct, right? So, I mean, these are things that they're responsible for bringing those guys into their roster and on their team. But that is something you probably have to be a little bit more aware of as you build because you only get so many bullets in the chamber. And if you miss, that is just so detrimental. I'm extremely curious from KU's perspective, too, because, Bill Self built through the transfer portal a little bit last year and then really went all in this year. And the result is virtually the same. Now, we'll see how the season ends up because there's a lot more basketball to be played, but virtually the exact same result to this point for both of those teams last year and this year with a lot more firepower. But we know next year they've got Darren Peterson coming in, who's one of the top players in the country. And Bill Self is finally getting back to recruiting at that level, the high school level. So is that the play here? One and done guys. As you alluded to with Calipari, that seemed to be an issue. But there's just so much, it seems like, experimentation. And the problem is there's no one-size-fits-all because it's all about the mentality of these individual pieces. My biggest concern for KU coming into the season was the buy-in. And, Self said at media days that the buy-in was strong. He's maintained that over the course of the season. But the proof's in the pudding. And whether it's buy-in, whether it's the pieces don't fit, whether it's the minutes, there were reports that there was some infighting following a loss this season. Whether or not that's true, I've seen this play out on the court. I know there's clearly some contention amongst the players. So, yeah, I mean, it's no longer just about talent acquisition. It's about finding the right pieces that fit. It's about finding the right rotational pieces. And I'll give you a good example of a team that's figured it out. BYU. Kevin Young in year one, who is highly sought after from an NBA perspective, has figured it out. Now, they do have a mix of old and new, but it's the perfect combination of all three things we're talking about here. They've got a bunch of returning players, and Richie Saunders and Fusidi Traore and Trevin Nell and Dallin Hall. They brought in two big-time recruits, and Yegor Demon and Cannon Catchings. They brought in some players in the portal. And, early in the season, Kevin Young was tinkering with rotations, and it wasn't working. They were not good. They were on the outside looking in, and they figured it out. And to the tune of, getting that double bye, being one of the top four seeds in this conference, a huge surprise. But to me, it was about the right pieces at the right time with the coach figuring out the right fit for all of those guys. And it did take time, but ultimately they figured out the rotation.
Ari Temkin is our guest, Big 12 Sports Radio on TuneIn. The importance of this KU run, I was thinking about it last night, and I'm watching the K-State game and excited for them to win because I was going back and looking over the years of the Big 12 tournament, and we've had a couple of years where Iowa State lost early, and that sucks. Or K-State or KU loses early, and it's like last year KU losing to Cincinnati, and they were Hunter Dickinson and McCullough with injuries and things like that. But 2017, 19, 2023, and then this year. So going back to 2017, I mean, the last 10 years, this is going to be just the fourth day of the Big 12 tournament where Iowa State, K-State, and KU all play on the same day. Which is, I mean, how many Big 12 tournaments have we seen in Kansas City over that time? Plus, it's 72 degrees today, so it's absolutely gorgeous. But I'm watching the K-State game, hoping they win so we get this today, and I'm thinking about what today feels like for these teams, for Iowa State, right? I mean, for them specifically, they're trying to increase their seed, and they want to be, better than a 3 seed. Can they be a 2? Or you don't want to fall back to a 4 because now you're facing a 5 as opposed to a 6. So there's some certainly some circumstances as they tip off in about 15 minutes from now against Cincinnati. K-State, we know that what they have to do. But for KU, I don't. This to me is the first time in Bill Self's tenure at Kansas to where they're entering the Big 12 tournament, and it's not about, hey, let's keep establishing our dominance over this league. We won the league again. We're the 1 seed. We're good. Let's go win the Big 12 tournament. Hey, let's make sure we keep the 1 seed in the NCAA tournament. Hey, if we win a couple of games, we can go from a 2 to a 1, or we don't want to lose this game because we might lose the 1 seed. As opposed to this year, Ari, it has a feel of how are you playing? Like, if you lose to UCF, was Saturday just a fluke against Arizona, and now you're getting ready to maybe be a 7 seed, or if other teams have great tournaments, maybe an 8 seed in the tournament. This is the first time in Bill Self's tenure that I can remember that there's this much sort of attention being paid to just KU keep playing good basketball and winning to instill confidence and maybe even to help them start what could be a run next week.
No, I think you're exactly right. I mean, I can't remember the last time where it felt like Big 12 tournament games meant a ton for KU, and not necessarily, in terms of seeding or any other substantive, outcome. Just more of like can you put together a good stretch here? I mean, even going back 2 years ago, where Self, of course, had that incident at the end of the season, and then missed the Big 12 tournament, and then of course the NCAA tournament. Now I believe that year, 2 years ago, they ended up playing for the tournament championship and losing to Texas. But it feels like the last 2 years it's been just a little janky for KU. Obviously, last year losing the first, in their first go, and that kind of foretelling how this outcome would be for the season for the team. I've been waiting. I know KU fans have been waiting for the team we saw on Saturday to show up and be more consistent. And that's the issue is they show up on Saturday, they look really good, and you're like, and then they go on the road and they lay an egg, and you're thinking, oh, well, that's just the magic of Allen Fieldhouse, and once again, the road is a different team. Well, so this is kind of a mix of the two, right? This is not a road game beyond the fact that it's not at Allen Fieldhouse, but it is very much a home environment. I'm interested to see, because they're playing back-to-back, how many KU fans are there at the end of the K-State game cheering on Baylor or even K-State, and then vice versa. How many K-State fans stick around and maybe cheer on UCF
It's interesting.
To try to equal it out a little bit. But it does feel like, again, regardless of seeding, Kansas is probably going to be at best a 6 seed, probably at worst an 8 seed. So, if they lose today, that's certainly going to affect it. But more important than that is like their ceiling and I just think there's such a lack of confidence in the ability for this team to make a run, beyond the first beyond the first weekend. And so, putting together a good game here against a team that you beat by 50 the second game of Big 12 season, but then had a really close one at Allen Fieldhouse against a really good elite scorer, in Keyshawn Hall, who put up 40 or close to it against you at Allen Fieldhouse. So it just feels like the right opponent that gives them, a really good. I mean, Keyshawn Hall can score the best one. He did it again last night. I mean, he can get to the rim at will, and there's no one that can stop him. So I just think like this is a good starter for Kansas to try to build some momentum here. Potentially get a nice win against UCF, potentially. And then, of course, then you got a gauntlet of Arizona and Texas Tech and in Houston, depending on how the rest of this thing shakes out. So, but you're exactly right. It's felt like a long time since I won't say there's pressure on them, but certainly from where we sit, just wanting to see this team put something together that resembles some semblance of consistency, because that's been elusive for them this year.
Visiting with Ari Temkin, Big 12 Sports Radio on TuneIn. The one of the things about this Kansas team too, in finding that consistency is, we've talked about, hey, who's the fifth guy? Really, I mean, who's the fourth? Who's the fifth guy? Because we know Harris, Dickinson, and KJ Adams. Whether fans agree, disagree, indifferent to it, I don't think there's anybody indifferent to it. But those three guys are going to be in the starting lineup. And then is it Ryland Griffin? Is it Zeke Mayo? Is it David Coit? Is it AJ Storr? Is it maybe Flory Badungo with Hunter Dickinson out there and with KJ Adams? And that would be, that's an interesting lineup that has a few minutes that have played together this year. But I this time of year, Ari, is reputational changing, historically changing. We know the NFL playoffs. I brought up in the first hour Marquez Valdez-Scantling for the Chiefs, that regular season MVS was a guy that left a lot to be desired and left a lot of plays on the field with drop passes. Playoff MVS was a stud. Didn't drop anything, stepped up big time against the Bengals in the AFC Championship game when everybody else was injured, and had a huge game. And playoff MVS changed the view of what people have around that guy in a Chiefs uniform. And before the 2022 postseason run, I mean, the previous two games at the end of the season for Remy Martin, he played a total of 10 minutes. And then the Big 12 tournament gets there. He plays 12 minutes, plays well, then plays 19 minutes, plays well, then plays 23 minutes, and then we know what happened in the NCAA tournament with Remy Martin. Is there a chance? They're different people, and the only comparison is the struggles throughout the year from somebody we thought would be a difference maker. Is there a chance that a guy like AJ Storr can be somebody that steps up and starts finding the confidence of whatever he had at Wisconsin that clearly is not there for him here at Kansas, scoring 5 points over the last 4 games and playing a total of 26 minutes in those 4 games? Any possibility that over the next couple 3 nights, AJ Storr finds something and can be a catalyst to help Kansas get to the second weekend 2 weeks from now?
Yeah, I mean, I would imagine most KU fans, when it comes to probably Storr and Griffin, think of Remy Martin and the struggles that Remy went through during the season to basically overcome all of those, whether some of those reports during the season were true or not, overcame everything, all the noise, and helped to lift Kansas to a national championship. The difference here is, like, the rest of the team around it. Like, Remy emerged in a situation that they really needed that scoring and that punch, but, like, there was so much else, and it just feels like, I mean, KJ and Hunter have been really, really good down the stretch. I don't want to take away from that. But DeJuan Harris has not. DeJuan Harris has not been very good at all. The best version of DeJuan Harris was the year in 2022. And what we've seen since then is not as good of a player, both offensively and defensively. In fact, offensively, I mean, whether it's lacking confidence or what it is, it's just he's been a completely different player this year, and at times unplayable. When he's not scoring and not contributing on offense, he's unplayable. And so, like, yes, in the back of my mind, I've been thinking most of the season about Remy Martin as it pertains to AJ Storr in particular, but I also think we can throw Ryland Griffin in the mix too there. because he was a 40% three-point shooter on a team that went to a Final Four last year in Alabama, and has not shown any semblance of that yet. But it just feels like that's that's the KU fan in me. Now, the analyst says that's a lot of hope and praying when, again, like, what else are you holding on to? There's just too many other pieces that need to fall into place. Now, with that being said, like, if Rylan Griffin starts to knock down some threes, if A.J. Storr can contribute a little bit on offense, it feels like this team would scratch the surface of its potential. But we're basically hoping for something and waiting for something we haven't seen all year. To your point, it happens. It happened with Remy Martin. It happens with Valdez-Scantling. Sometimes the lights come on, guys get it, minutes are there, like whatever. But I can only go off of what I've seen so far this year. It feels like they're more than just A.J. Storr contributing away from being, a Final Four or national championship contender.
Mm-hmm.
But
yeah,
with that being said, we've seen this core play at a very high level. Those three guys would help be the core of a national championship team. At least those two of those guys, and certainly one of them played a crucial role. The key is, to me, it's their guard play. I think KJ and Hunter have stepped up. They played really well the last few games. KJ probably the last couple of weeks, and Hunter as well. To me, it's about, all right, where's the guard scoring coming from? Because that's the part that's been so inconsistent night in, night out. It's whether it's Coit, whoever it is, it just feels like every game there's somebody else that needs to step up. And, I think their front court is rolling right now. I don't think there's any issues with Flory, with KJ, with Hunter. To me, it's they'll go as far as their guards can take them. And at this point, it's just a grab bag of inconsistency.
Yeah, with comparing the two teams, obviously there is no comparison. A team that goes and wins the national championship against North Carolina, and Remy helping sort of add to what was already a really good team, and A.J. Storr trying to help make this a good team, and sort of, can they get even to the second weekend? And yeah, Remy Martin was joining if you look at DeJuan Harris and McCormick and say, okay, there's DeJuan Harris and Hunter Dickinson. Well, Remy as a sixth man was, a sixth man when there was Christian Brown, Ochai, and Jalen Wilson, as opposed to A.J. Storr is like, okay, well, those three guys besides DeJuan Harris and Hunter, it's Zeke Mayo, Rylan Griffin, and K.J. Adams. Like, it's a different cast of characters, two of them the first time they've played with the Kansas Jayhawks. So, it's a vastly different cast.
No, exactly. I mean, as fans, we want to be optimistic, and trust me, I'm as optimistic as it comes about KU basketball, but it's just there are a lot of things, we'll always go on the historical perspective and say, well, these things have happened, and they have. But, when you look at it, it's like, there's just a lot. There's a lot of ifs as it pertains to this. When it comes to the NFL offseason, everybody's so optimistic as you head into the regular season because all of the ifs are going to be answered positively. And, right, so,
sure,
all of the question marks about a team heading into a season from a fan's perspective are always, well, they fixed their offensive line issues, or they fixed this. They did that with what they did in the offseason, and it's not all of those ifs are going to be answered in the affirmative.
Yep.
They're not all going to be. In fact, most of them probably won't be.
Right. Absolutely. And it's like when the bracket comes out on Sunday, almost every team will be like, okay, I could see my team taking care of that. All right, round of 32,
yes.
Here's the matchup. All right, and then the first, then the ball is tipped, as they say, and the second media timeout, you're down 20 to 8, and you're like, oh, yeah, this sucks. Okay. In my mind, I wasn't seeing the other team hit 4 threes and my team missing 2 wide open threes and missing a dunk. In my mind, I didn't see that. All right. I saw this run to the Elite Eight, and that's not happening. So, yeah. That's absolutely right.
Jason, and I apologize for cutting you off there. You're 100% right. The other element to this is the Big 12 appears to be heading towards a situation where they're going to be severely underseeded. It's obvious the SEC is the best conference in America. I mean, statistically, they're up there with the 1997 ACC and the 2024 Big 12. And that all pertains to their non-conference. Well, that was months ago. And we saw this with the Big 12 last year when it was as good as it was, that it didn't equate to anything when it came to the NCAA tournament. And, obviously, these teams have played against each other from a Big 12 perspective since before New Year's. So, so to me, there's two elements here. There's the underseeded part of it, so I think the conference as a whole is going to be underseeded. Houston's going to be a one seed, and that's about it in terms of being underseeded. And then the other thing is sometimes it is a relief to not be playing the same teams that you've been playing. It's like you're sick of playing these same teams over and over again. Right. So you get this new life of playing a new team, and that can invoke something in you. But again, a lot of hope here when it comes to KU or any of the other Big 12 teams, based on things that we can't really see or react to. It's not fact based; it's more of a hope thing.
Yeah, and it's just, look, I don't know how the committee is going to seed everything. I know people are going to be complaining about why this team is there, why that team is there. Mike DeCourcy this morning on the radio station, and he on the New Day with Stephen St. John, and Nate B. Katie was sitting in as well with Stephen, and they were talking. I thought it was a great point that just like this year out of all years, DeCourcy and Nate talking about how from seeds 5 to 10, if you look at like 24 to like 32 of the teams that could be seeded anywhere from 5 to 10, like all of them this year feel like a 7 seed. And so it's like, well, somebody's got to be a 5. Somebody's got to be a 6. Well, somebody's got to be a 10, unfortunately. It's like it feels like all of them are sort of the same, and you're picking one out of a hat and going, well, here's the argument for this team being a 5. Well, actually, I'm arguing for this team being a 9, and both of them could be right. It's just like this jumble of teams, maybe this year more than any other, that we have no idea what the 5 through 10 seeds will be and how good they are, because they all seem like they're the Spider-Man meme, just all pointing at each other.
That's a great point. And the other thing on that, too, is like from BYU. So as we know, BYU won't play on Sundays. Well, the tournament committee has already said that will affect their seeding. So they'll probably be underseeded just based on that and that alone. And so, I mean, you're looking at a BYU team. What are they going to be, a 5 or a 6? That's probably closer to a 3 or a 4 based on their resume. If KU has that resume, there's no way they'd be a 5 or a 6. So, that's an interesting dynamic. And then, of course, yesterday the conversation around 18 league games and then 76 NCAA tournament teams. So think about this. Cincinnati has missed the tournament 2 straight years, is not going to make it this year unless they have a miraculous run. But in an 18-game Big 12 schedule with 76 teams making the NCAA tournament, are they going back-to-back to the NCAA tournament? How about K-State? Is K-State a tournament team this year with 18 league games and 76 tournament teams? It's crazy to think how much difference that's going to make, because we are going to have 76 teams in the NCAA tournament. It's not a matter of if, it's when. I'd say it's probably over the next 5 years, and we know we're going to 18 league games next year for the Big 12.
Yep, I am completely in agreement. They are going to at least 72 and probably 76 teams over the next. I mean, honestly, it could be as soon as next year, but that's going to be TV deals. And as Brett Mark said yesterday, depends on the revenue, because they have a product, and that product is incredibly valuable. So if it don't make dollars, then it don't make sense. So we'll go to 72 or 76 as long as CBS and Turner is willing to pay up. Ari Timken, Big 12 Sports Radio on TuneIn. Ari, you're the man. Really appreciate the time as always, brother. Safe travels and enjoy the time here in Kansas City.
Thanks, brother. Take care. Great to talk with you. Always appreciate you asking, and hopefully I'll see you in T-Mobile. Take care.
100%. Yeah, absolutely. Ari Timken, great stuff from him as always. Big 12 Sports Radio on TuneIn. Go check out his show. It is really good stuff. And, yes, 18 league games next year for the Big 12. And, you know what? I mean, if it was 18 league games this year, we might be talking about Houston being 18-0. I mean, it's a great point, though, since they'll, you would think they would never go back to 20 league games. Houston will have won the most conference regular season games in the history, because they won 19 this year. Wow. Like, you literally, when they go back to 18, you can be 18-0, you still won't win 19 like Houston did. So 19-1.
Big 12 stalwart. It's Houston.
Yeah, that's right. Just the pantheon of the history of the Big 12 and the Big 8. Of Houston. It's just crazy to think about. And man, they were 19-1 with a 1-point overtime loss. Houston was. They were a bucket away from being 20-0.
They blow my mind of.
I thought you were just going to say they blow, and I'm like, I will take the bet on that. I think Houston's a good team. I disagree.
They remind me, again, they always remind me of the Virginia style of teams, but with a better offense, or a more efficient offense, I should say.
Let's get more into what they remind you of on the other side of the break.
Ooh.
More Zone right after this. Holmes, Dylan Michaels. We head up until 2 o'clock. We will talk with Price Carter, Arrowhead Addict, coming up at noon. We'll talk some Kansas City Chiefs. We'll talk some NFL football. We'll talk some free agency, and we'll talk some potential and what seems to be the tea leaves, the wind, the rumors, the feeling of Aaron Rodgers and his decision today to be a Pittsburgh Steeler.
How's he going to drag it out for
9-8?
Yeah, I was going to say, how's he going to drag it out forever if he makes a decision today? Like, how's he going to make it all about himself?
That's a great point. There's some people around the NFL that say the Steelers are ready for Rodgers to make the decision, and the Giants feel in the organization that they are moving on to their next choice of quarterback, since they feel like Aaron Rodgers has already made his decision. He's going to the Steelers.
Wow, I didn't see that.
So yeah, there is that feeling today that Aaron Rodgers will be a Pittsburgh Steeler, although there was a prominent feeling yesterday Joey Bosa was going to be a 49er, and now he's a Buffalo Bill. So we'll see with that. But I'm going to go ahead and bank on Aaron Rodgers being a Pittsburgh Steeler, and Aaron Rodgers and DK Metcalf and George Pickens coexisting in a locker room together. So Mike Tomlin, he's pretty good at I mean, look, Mike Tomlin had Deontay Johnson, performing, and
yeah, I was about to say, if anyone can do it, it's Mike Tomlin, and he seems to want to put himself through this.
Why do you keep giving me your hardest battles?
Antonio Brown didn't seem like a regular human being when he was at Pittsburgh.
Exactly.
He got Ben Roethlisberger as well.
I feel like him and AB to get along. Yes, I agree. Yeah, that's Big Ben, AB, all these people.
Le'Veon Bell.
Yeah.
Yeah. Right. The feeling is that Aaron Rodgers will be a Steeler today. We'll find out.
Martavius Bryant. I mean, the list goes on and on. My goodness.
Not wrong. All right, 913-912-4810. This Houston team, like we were talking about K-State, we're talking about KU and things like that. I went and looked because, I've talked about Houston before in all of the returning players, and senior night being a rare, special senior night there at Houston with guys that have been there a long time. KU has the rare, special senior night when you've got Hunter for a couple of years, but KJ and DeJuan, those true traditional years past seniors at a program, and what those senior day night speeches are like for them, as opposed to, hey, this is my 1 year here and I'm giving my speech of what these last 8 months have been like on campus. That's cool, as opposed to, hey, I came here as an 18-year-old and now I'm leaving, 23-year-old, or in today's college basketball, 28-year-old. It's a very, very long time. But, looking at the pretty much the one seeds of Auburn, Houston, Duke, and it feels like Florida. Alabama, certainly Tennessee, depending on what happens in the SEC tournament. But those are the consensus of the one seeds in these brackets. And outside of Duke, which all Duke did was add, Cooper Flagg and Knipple and Isaiah Evans and as freshmen, and Meloja, they just adding those guys as freshmen. Outside of that, but Houston, of their top 8 players, 7 have been on the Cougars at least last year, and a number of them, multiple years. Auburn, 5 of the top 7 rotational players for Auburn are returning players. Only Miles Kelly, who's a senior transfer from Georgia Tech, and freshman Pettiford for Auburn are the ones they've added to the top 7 that are newcomers this year. Florida, 6 of the top 8 are guys that have been on Florida before. Elijah Martin from FAU, and then Chinyehu, who transferred from Washington State to Florida. Of their top 8, that is 8, 16, 23 players that I looked at. Top 8 for Florida, top 8 for Houston, and top 7 for Auburn. 23 players, and you've got 5 of the 23 are newcomers on that team. 5 of the 23 of those teams that are expected to be one seeds are first-year players on that team. I mean, so we're kind of seeing okay, you've got to do every year the NIL. It's you got to find the new players. You got to replenish. They just supplemented.
Yes,
they found guys that have stayed, And the NIL and the recruiting is retention, is not necessarily free agency and adding, it's retaining. Now, Kelvin Sampson will have his work cut out for him this year.
Sure.
Because he's got a lot of guys that are going to be graduating and out of eligibility unless they just, petition the NCAA and they give them an extra 2 or 3 years of eligibility. But I don't think that's a coincidence, Sterling, that you're either adding lottery talent, multiple players lottery talent to some returning players and the number 1 pick and a stud in Cooper Flagg, or you've got 5 of your top 7 or 6 of your top 8 or 7 of your top 8 that are all returning from a year ago or even 2 or 3 years in the program.
Well, supplementation is always the way, and not just college basketball and NIL, but if you look at, let's just say, the NFL, for example, right? You have Patrick and Chris Jones, you supplement around those guys. It's the same thing when the Jets went to try and regroup their entire roster.
Remember
with Aaron
when Philadelphia
Rodgers,
did the Dream Team, like 10, 12, 13, 15?
Made me
with
too.
You
Deontay
remember that?
Asamoah
Yep.
and all those guys, right?
Sorry.
Vince Young.
But
No.
it doesn't
It's a great example.
It
Vince Young.
doesn't work. It just doesn't work.
Was it, who was it, Jason Babin that had the arm sleeve tattoos? And it was like, good God, they got him too?
Yep.
But Asamoah, it was like they got the Dream Team in free agency.
I'm
and
pretty
they
sure
were bad.
Macklin was on that team too. Still at the time, I might be wrong, but yeah, I think was that 2011. Oh look.
I thought it was before that, but regardless, Sterling, go ahead. Sorry,
But that's with the NFL.
sorry. Dylan and I are doing a show.
I know,
over
I
here,
felt
okay?
so bad.
And if those guys who are professional athletes with professional coaching cannot come together, expecting 18, 19, 20 to 23-year-olds to do that as well in one season without an off-season training camp and all that stuff, good luck, it's not going to work. So supplementation is always going to be the move, in my opinion. It's why I think you saw K-State with again, they had a lot of they were lauded for a lot of their off-season moves, right, with a lot of the NIL guys, but you didn't see anything actually transpire and come together because you just don't know. It's too difficult. I think, again, when I come down to, and that was kind of the tease before the break.
Yeah, sorry, Sterling. 2011 was the Dream Team. Anyway, go ahead.
I really think that this Houston
you,
team
Dylan.
reminds me so much of that Virginia team that won the national title. It's one of those situations where I pulled up some numbers here that I think are really, really close and very similar. That Virginia team, it was 210th out of 353 teams in scoring per game. Houston is 167th out of 364, but their offensive ratings were very good because they were so efficient. Virginia was
number
fourth,
2 at KenPom.
was 4th in offensive rating overall. Houston is 20th this year in offensive rating. Now defensive rating. Points per game, very similar to that as well. This year, Houston is first at 58.1. Virginia was first that year at 56.1. Virginia's defensive rating, the analytical side of things, were 6th. Houston this year is 2nd. You look at strength of record and wins. Houston is 3rd this year. Virginia was 3rd that year. I mean, the list goes on and on of so many similarities of they don't score a lot, but they're efficient with the ball in their hand. They don't turn the ball over. They slow it down.
I was going to say they both play minimal possessions too. Not the degree that Virginia was like, hey, don't do a I know we got a 4-on-1, but let's slow down. Let's chill here. But you're right about people make fun of Virginia's offense, but they were number 2 at KenPom offensive efficiency that year that they won the national title and scored 80 points in the NCAA tournament 2 of their last 3 games, I think.
So they can, just how Houston can score. That's just not the style that they traditionally play. I always have questions about those teams because those are the exact same teams that can get upset by a 16. They get one guy that gets the guy for Oakland last year, right? Like
the guy who was a state trooper,
Golke or whatever his name is.
Yeah, the state trooper who then played basketball for a day.
So I don't know how sustainable it worked for Virginia. It did. They had a great year that season. That's still my questions for Houston. If you're a Houston fan, I think you point to that Virginia team and say that's the upside that we have. But I think you also point to that Houston team the year prior and say playing that style of basketball can get you upset. I just don't know the sustainability of that. Yeah. But again, I think if you are a Houston fan, the similarities are uncanny. It's just ridiculous how close those two teams really are.
Yeah, and that Virginia team to win the national title won an overtime game against Purdue in the Elite Eight, a 1-point win against Auburn in the Final Four with a huge 3 from the corner and maybe getting away with the travel, all that stuff there at the end. And then they won the overtime game against Texas Tech. Those were the final 3 games for them to win the national title.
Won
Elite
by
Eight.
4 against Oregon, 53-49.
Right, so they won by 4, they won in overtime, they won by 1, and they won in overtime in their last 4 games. Virginia was able to do that and cut down the nets and win a national championship that year. But you're right that those efficiency numbers for Houston and Virginia are pretty similar. But I don't think it's just a coincidence this year that 3 of the top 4 teams in America have all of those players that have been around and are returning to the program that some 2, 3, 4 years they've been in the program. And you have 1 newcomer for Houston, 2 newcomers for Auburn, and 2 newcomers for Florida. And by the way, only one of those guys is a freshman. The other 4 are transfers. Uzan from Oklahoma, Miles Kelly from Georgia Tech, Elijah Martin from FAU, and Chinyehu from Washington State. And, I mean, we're seeing guys that can play some pretty phenomenal basketball, too, because Amari Williams for Kentucky that Missouri saw.
Yeah.
I mean, that guy played at, Drexel last year. Keyshawn Hall, who can drop 40 any given night, played at George Mason
well, look at
last
Drake.
year.
I mean, Drake is 4 D2 players who are –
I thought you were saying look at Drake. He's outside. I didn't know you were talking about So, yeah. No, it's
actually Kendrick out there.
Oh, okay. Oh, no. They not like us? That's what Iowa State fans are talking about. Any Cincinnati fan, like, they not like us. They don't travel. We'll take a timeout. We'll come back. More Zone next. All right, we talked a lot of college basketball today as the Big 12 tournament rolling along day number 2. We will talk with Price Carter coming up at noon, and a lot of Chiefs stuff to get into. The Chiefs freed up $50 million in cap space today because they have 3 hours before they have to be in good standing with the NFL and the salary cap, or you start to lose some draft picks or get fined or whatever it might be.
Look at them being early, just on top
See,
of they had
saying,
time.
Come on, people, they're not no dilly dallying, pitter patter, just get right on it. Let's go, let's get at her. They get $50 million they freed up in cap space, so which means essentially all of Mahomes' roster bonus, because they haven't. Every year they have up to a number that, you can dip into the oil reserve of that I've called it for a couple of years, the Mahomes contract oil reserve. You don't have to take all of it, but you can take some of it as needed, lather, rinse, repeat as needed. And so they can do that. This year, they took all of it because, one, you still have to sign your draft picks. You still probably had to have to add a couple of minor deals here or there. Trey Smith's contract could free up some more, but right now you're carrying that $23.4 million. And by the way, if you use all of the $38 million that it creates in cap space with Mahomes for this year, and you don't actually use it, you can roll it over. And then you can just throw it towards the contract next year if you don't use it. Yeah, that's right. It's rollover minutes. It's not a use it or lose it. You can, which is true. If you don't use it, you do lose it with vacation days. Chris Jones frees up $11.25 million with his roster bonus that they converted to a signing bonus. So that comes to roughly $50 million. Couple things. Freeing up that much space tells me they are not close with Trey Smith.
Correct.
And it tells me that there's going to be a complete restructure of Mahomes' contract next year.
Ooh.
Because the signing bonus to roster bonus, Mahomes doesn't get a say in that. It's part of his contract. They just they can do whatever they want because it's not going to matter to him. It's the same check regardless if it's a roster bonus or a signing bonus. They don't have to go to him and say, hey, will you please let us convert the roster to a signing? No.
Can we pay you now, Patrick?
Yeah. Can we pay you the exact same, only it's bookkeeping? Like, he doesn't care. It's in his contract. They don't even have to ask him. But next year, he only has a $10.4 million roster bonus and a $75 million cap hit.
Ooh.
There's only a couple $1 million relief next year. That's going to be a complete restructure, I think, with Patrick Mahomes next year. With you, Sterling Holmes, Dylan Michaels. We head up until 2 o'clock, 2 more hours to go. Mick Schaefer will join us an hour from now here at the Big 12 tournament as it is the Power and Light District, the Fan Fest, Miller Lite Fan Fest going on right now. You can join Sports Radio 810 WHB and Miller Lite for the Miller Lite Fan Fest live at the KC Live block at the Power and Light District for the Big 12 basketball tournament going on. Team pep rallies, watch parties, contests, live music, great food, cold Miller Lite, Sterling Holmes on stage. What more could you ask for except for maybe, I don't know, nice weather? Hey, boom, wish granted. You got that too. And it is all brought to you by, including the weather, brought to you by the CW Farm and Ranch Venue, River Bluff Brewery, and the Church of the Resurrection. So we'll talk with Mick Schaefer. But college basketball going on right now. Iowa State up by 9 over Jizzle James and Cincinnati. Over at T-Mobile. Richmond, the rich men from Richmond, north of Richmond, are trailing Davidson by 1 in the second half in the Atlantic 10 Conference Tournament. And in the ACC, Georgia Tech and Virginia all knotted up at 25 at halftime there. Those are the games going on across the country. SEC tournament getting underway right now with South Carolina and Arkansas getting ready to play with that one. Missouri in action tomorrow night. Iowa State right now. K-State later on tonight at 6 o'clock. And KU at 8:30, 7 o'clock, our coverage right here. Let's talk some Chiefs football, some NFL football, and it is with Price Carter from Arrowhead Attic. Does a great job covering the Chiefs and covering the draft and putting out different mock drafts at PFF, I think every hour, Price, that you have those on, which, by the way, I love it. I love checking out.
Don't short. I think it might be every 30 minutes. But, hey, you know what? You got to simulate. You got to do it. And the Chiefs, they got some more picks versus from the compensatory formula. So that's just more picks for me to mock. So got to take advantage of that.
Yeah, they unless they trade it, they would have Mr. Irrelevant. Ryan Suckup, the last Mr. Irrelevant for the Chiefs. Unless they trade that pick, they were granted the final compensatory pick, correct? Like they would have they've got Mr. Irrelevant right now.
I think so, right? Which, given what the Chiefs have done in the 7th round over the last couple of years, it's going to be a starting corner running back, right?
I was going to say, it's been anything but. They've been anything but irrelevant for the Chiefs. But, the formula had the Chiefs only getting one comp pick in the 7th round, and there were some like over the cap, had the cutoff right before the Chiefs. There were a couple of teams that they thought probably like maybe Miami, maybe Kansas City, maybe the Chargers wouldn't get that final comp pick, that the cutoff was right around there. But there was a chance with the calculations from the NFL that those three teams, but it was a long shot for Kansas City, but somehow the Chiefs and the formula slid right in, right at the radar, leaning at the tape, at the buzzer, and they get the final pick in the draft and the final comp pick for Kansas City. So now they have 3 7th-round draft picks. So they have a couple more picks to play with in the draft. I'm not sure that'll do much for their 1st, 2nd, and 2/3 and moving around. Maybe they could trade up one spot somewhere around there and use one of those 7ths. But regardless, Price, one of my takeaways so far from the free agency period is I feel like we could probably do a mock draft of all defensive linemen and maybe be close to what the Chiefs may do as it stands on March 12th.
Yeah, and I said yesterday on Twitter, I said, like, what are we setting the over-under on defensive linemen that are taken this year by the Chiefs in the draft? Is it 2.5? Would you take the over on that? I would be surprised if they drafted 3 defensive linemen, only because I do think that they'll probably dip into free agency a little bit. I feel like Mike Pennell's probably sitting by his phone for after the draft, maybe close to training camp coming back. But it makes sense for them to line up their needs with the strength of the draft class, which is defensive line. I will say, like, the more I've dug into this class, the top-end talent, the first-round caliber defensive lineman, especially interior defensive lineman, I don't think it's as rich it might be given, but I do think there's tons of day 2 and day 3 talent out there. And I suspect that that's where we'll see the Chiefs double dip. Maybe in the first round, they go towards edge. If I had to take a guess at that's where I'd put my money. And then day 2, day 3, I think that there's another starting caliber player that can be found there. So it makes sense that they're lining their needs up there. But they've done a nice job of plugging holes overall. And we know that they like to try to field a team essentially before the draft, so that way they're not pigeonholed into taking a certain position.
Yeah, because if I'm looking at the roster right now, Price, I think technically you and I would have just as good of a shot to play defensive tackle as anybody else, since they don't have one on their roster right now at defensive tackle. They have, as I'm looking right now, they have 5 defensive linemen, that being, Chris Jones, defensive tackle, but like specifically only plays defensive tackle. So the starters would be right now Karlaftis, Dana, Chris Jones, and you, with the backups being FAU and B.J. Thompson. That's their entirety of their defensive line room.
I don't hate it. I could take the check. The vet min would work for me and my family. Totally be okay for that vet minimum. And like football is one of the few sports that the athletes actually weigh less than me, or way more than me. So I would be okay with that. I'd fit right in.
Here's the thing. I'm gonna negotiate the contract for you. I do take 25%. But if that's cool with you, we'll get you that vet minimum as long as 25% is thrown my way. We you know what? Who says no to that? We both win. Chiefs win. They get you as a defensive tackle. I get a little cash. You get a little cash. Your body gets torn up. We're all good.
Yeah, I mean, 700K is just, it's all right for me. I'll make it work.
I'll be the investment guy that takes your money. I'll turn your.
So Sterling's the guy that will eventually end up suing Price. Good to know.
I
was wondering who the defendant's going to be on our lawsuit.
Someone has to do it. So you'll give me 200K. I'll turn it into like 50K, but it'll be for a good cause.
He'll turn it into 50K for us. He'll keep the other 150 and move on.
Oh, of course, it's for my.
I don't know how I feel about Sterling getting $50,000 sitting that close to Shark Bar right now. That could be a scary proposition.
That's a great point. Why do you have something in your folder called Ponzi? What's that all about, Sterling?
It's just a simple scheme.
What's that tab on your computer that says Ponzi?
It's actually an upside-down pyramid. It's not a pyramid scheme. It's an upside-down one, actually.
It trickles down, just like the economics do. Price Carter is our guest. I'm sort of I've been okay and on board because of the tackle position in the draft. That it takes 2 to tango, as we know. So it takes 2 teams to trade down. I am always in favor, especially with limited draft picks, of trading down, unless, of course, the Chiefs view it and they're sitting at 31 and there's somebody around them or a little ahead of them that they feel like they can finally put next to Chris Jones and a younger sort of player that could be a 3-down interior defensive player and not a specialty run stopper or a specialty pass rusher, that they could have a guy that you just simply place in the interior with Chris Jones. Unless that guy's there, then I'd love for them to trade back and get some other picks and maybe throw numbers at the defensive line this year, because they either sign George Karlaftis to an extension, which I hope they do, or they're going to have to go out and sign a free agent or draft somebody, because we're not seeing it from FAU to step up and take over for Karlaftis if it's too expensive.
Yeah, and I mean, I do think that there will be some guys there. Alfred Collins, the big interior defensive lineman from Texas, 35-inch arms at the combine. He's a big bruising. I think he's a little bit more than a run stuffer. That's kind of the label that he gets, but I do think that he brings some ability in the pass rush. He didn't test at the combine, but he did measure. He'll probably test at his pro day. But I really like him. I think that 31 would be a great fit for him. And probably my favorite guy in this draft, the guy who's quickly becoming a my guy, is Walter Nolan, the interior defensive lineman from Ole Miss. I actually just did a film review online of all the Ole Miss guys last night. And Walter Nolan is one of those guys that the stat sheet just doesn't do him justice. He is impacting almost every play in the run, in the pass, has violence in his hands, quick rip moves, really gets downfield very quickly. I like him as a run defender. I love him as a pass rusher. He reminds me a little bit of Byron Murphy, the interior defensive lineman who was taken out of Texas last year. And he's got that body type like Chris Jones. He's not quite as tall as Chris Jones, where, this is a defensive lineman, an interior defensive lineman. He's got a bigger body. But you stand next to Chris Jones, there's no doubt that man is an athlete and a physical specimen. And Walter Nolan's the same type of guy. I could see him being there at 31. There's some questions, some character questions about him. Nothing criminal, from what I understand. It's more of, how much do you love football? How much are you committed to hustling on every play? He did not test at the combine, and it sounded like not a ton of people loved that he didn't test at the combine. This is a guy, like, if he falls to the Eagles or to the Ravens, everyone's going to be like, oh, my gosh, how did the NFL do this again? So he's a guy I would love for the Chiefs at 31.
Yeah, I'm with you on the Chris Jones sort of comparisons that are there, and nobody ever want to make a comparison to Ryan Sims, but still, he's shorter. He's not being 6'3". He's not as tall as Chris Jones, but I remember when Chris Jones came out, there was so many of this guy's not going to make it as a defensive tackle because he plays too straight up. His pad level is too high. He's got the strength. He's got talent. He'll take some plays off from time to time. He only thinks about pass rushing when it comes to the run. He's sort of like, whatever, but, he's going to get pushed off the ball. He can use his physical traits, but if he keeps playing with his pad level that high, it's going to be tough for him to have production in the NFL. Chris Jones plays with a high pad level in the NFL still. He's so damn gifted. But he's learned with the hand usage, right? He's learned with the hand fighting. He's learned techniques, and his speed to power, his overall athleticism shows. He can slide out to defensive end, and that's why when I look at Cullen and I look at this defense, if I'm going to draft a defensive lineman, I kind of want to draft a guy that if you're saying, all right, what's this guy do? Well, he's one of the most physically gifted athletes in Walter Nolan of the defensive line and the interior defenders. But, he's raw on some things. His hand usage isn't great. Is he what is he in the run defense? Like, there are some things that are similar in the questions and the red flags and the concerns and the cons of Walter Nolan that there was with Chris Jones, but the similarity is these guys are just size, speed, rare.
Yeah, and speaking to just the talent at this defensive line class, I think one thing that really speaks to this, we saw this in the wide receiver class last year from Ole Miss. Like, these are stand-up edge rushers, those quick, bendy, twitchy guys. I don't think the Chiefs would take them. But there's a ton of those bigger, spags defensive ends that I think will be available in the second round. Jared Ivey played right next to Walter Nolan, a guy who can rush in from the defensive tackle spot or the edge. Big power, strength, length, versatility. Another guy, Landon Jackson. He's like 6'6", one of the more highly productive pass rushers in the SEC, played at Arkansas. There's all sorts of guys like that are all throughout this draft. Elijah Roberts from SMU. So I think the Chiefs will be able to find their type of fit here. I would be surprised to see them go towards another one of those smaller edge rushers. Mm-hmm. Felix Anudike-Uzomah seemed like that smaller edge rusher that they took a chance on. You still have some hope for him, but it just has never seemed to work with him. So if they want to go for that guy who's like a Charles Omenihu replacement, who can rush from the inside, I think there's a lot of fits for them in this class.
Am I picturing Jack Sawyer as George Karlaftis because of the Big Ten and he's a white defensive end and he's kind of stockier? Are they the same guy and I'm only thinking of them the same because of those sometimes inherent comparisons that we always end up making with players? Or can he be more of an earlier pass rusher? Because he seems to be a guy that 6'5" that can probably play up to 270 and is going to be a three-down defensive end that can set the edge and stop the run, and then we saw Karlaftis with a high motor get some of the sacks and really learn and come into his own as a pass rusher this year and have some of those numbers start to back up what he was showing in flashes.
Yeah, and I definitely think we're talking about Jack Sawyer here, the edge from Ohio State. Mm-hmm. He has a knack for making big plays. He had a huge interception in the Ohio State-Michigan game. Even though Ohio State didn't win that game, you could argue that game might have helped them win the national championship because that was kind of rock bottom for that team. But the difference here is I see George Karlaftis, despite him being, the white edge rusher, he's a high-level athlete. He tested really well. He was, a 90. Let me look here real quick. A 92 percentile athlete according to the relative athletic score. And something that was a big difference here. George Karlaftis, over 32.5-inch arm length. Jack Sawyer came in with 31-inch arms. That's really short for an edge rusher. Now, I do see the comparisons when it comes to the hustle and the heart. There's a lot of things there. Yeah, and I liked I liked Jack Sawyer really early in the season. I had him higher than most again for some of those things that you said about the hustle, the heart, the pocket pushing, the knack for big plays. I think he's fallen down boards a little bit now just because he's not an overly explosive athlete and the length is a concern. And if we're talking about a guy whose primary traits are like hustle and finishing a play, and then he doesn't have that length, how many ways does he have to win against quality NFL tackles? Right now, I have JT Tuimoloau, which is the other edge rusher from Ohio State, a little bit ahead of Jack Sawyer because they have similar profiles. Mololao is a higher recruit coming out and has a little bit more length to his game. I think Sawyer's been the more productive college player, but I think there's a chance that JTT, as we call him, it's a little bit easier to pronounce, might be the more highly effective pro.
Yeah, just like at wide receiver, I just say T-Mac. You know, I mean, it's easy. Just say T-Mac. That's all. And
yes,
so we're all good, and everybody knows who we're talking about.
Exactly.
Visiting with Price Carter, Arrowhead Addict. What do you make of the moves that the Chiefs have done in this free agency period so far, with bringing back Nick Bolton, bringing back Hollywood Brown, but then Jalen Moore as the left tackle this year, Christian Fulton, which seems to be universally liked as a move that the Chiefs have made. And so, you know, some of those things that they've made, those two bigger moves. Elijah Mitchell, we'll see if he's healthy. You know, I mean, it'd be a nice back if he is healthy. Hamstring injuries are always scary, and especially when you miss an entire season because of hamstring surgery. But let's talk from Moore and Fulton specifically. Do you like what they've done in going more value over big splash, high price tickets?
This year has been one of the few years that I feel like having cap space might actually be a detriment to a team. Obviously, you want cap space. You want to be able to manipulate and mold your roster to fill needs. But these teams that have gobs and gobs of cap space, we know that you always overpay in free agency, but more this year than ever, like almost all of the best free agents on your, standard free agent ranking list has all ended up with their team and didn't even hit free agency, like Ronnie Stanley, like Trey Smith, guys like that. Now you've got teams that are going into free agency and they're dramatically overpaying for players, not just because you always overpay, but because they might as well give them the money because it's just sitting there. You've got a guy like Milton Williams getting $104 million, who's honestly a part-time player. Like, he's not a full, true-down, three-down interior defensive lineman. And to me, what I think the Chiefs have done, something that I did not see coming. I did not think that Trey Smith and Nick Bolton would be back. I thought they had a choice, and they chose Drew Tranquill over Nick Bolton, and they chose Creed Humphrey over Trey Smith. And I figured they'd let Tooney pay out the rest of his deal, and that would kind of bridge the gap on the interior, and then they would, eventually build around Creed Humphrey on the interior there. And I think the increase in the cap gave them a crossroads where it's like, hey, why don't we just keep the good players that we already have, our guys who are blue chips, rather than trying to go out and overpay in what has been a very mediocre free agency class. I know the Vikings have made some headlines with the moves that they've made, but I mean, really, you run down the list of names and it's just like, wow, these are all just guys. And a lot of these guys are on the wrong side of 30 too. So I thought, Xavier Worthy news be damned. Like the Hollywood Brown signing, it needed to happen no matter if Xavier Worthy was sitting at his house or in a jail cell. They needed Hollywood Brown. I'm very happy that it sounds like the Xavier Worthy situation worked itself out. But I really think that the move for Nick Bolton, again, it kind of just comes back to they had more cap space than they were anticipating. I don't know how much I love where he ended up getting paid, where it's just like top 5 at the position. All the guys he's being paid around have all pros or Pro Bowls to their names. Nick Bolton does not have either. But it just never felt like Steve Spagnuolo was going to let Justin Reed and Nick Bolton out the door. They are the spinal cord and the brain of this defense, and we know that one of the huge advantages this defense has is how complex it is. And Nick Bolton, he hits that intangibles mark where we just never really know what you're going to get. To me, the biggest risk is Jalen Moore, right? This is a guy who hasn't started. He's essentially a rookie as far as starting time in the NFL goes. Bringing him in and just penciling him as the left tackle solution for the next 2 years, you're taking a big risk. Cam Robinson is still sitting out there. We saw what Dan Moore got from the Titans, which is another example of just free agent spending gone crazy. But this is a guy who, honestly, when you pull up his mock draftable profile, which kind of compares his measurables and his combine stats to other NFL players, his body type is a lot like several guards in the NFL, including now Kingsley Suamataia. He doesn't have 34-inch arms. He's not that fluid mover. And the Kyle Shanahan system has routinely helped offensive linemen get paid because it's a very forgiving system for them. It doesn't ask a lot of them. Maybe the Chiefs' scheme is going to change where they're not asking their tackles to vertical set and basically be out on an island all the time, but there's a chance that that doesn't work. Now, one thing I will say is, like, you've got Jawan Taylor coming off the books next year. He's played some left tackle and right tackle as well, so he could move over to the right tackle side next year. Jalen Moore maybe. It does give you a little bit of runway, though. So if they do choose to draft a tackle, a project tackle, maybe in the second or third round, you could give them a redshirt year, and maybe that is the issue, is that you've been trying to rely on these guys too quickly. And lastly, Christian Fulton, I really like this move. I felt like it was a move that made them better in two spots, because you are now getting Joshua Williams or Najee Johnson off the field. You're putting a real starting caliber outside corner, and then, you just got an all-pro in the slot back with Trent McDuffie. And that's what I think this signals. This gets them better in two spots. It adds depth to the position. I still wouldn't rule them out taking a corner, because they're about to have three corners hit free agency at the end of next year. And then they've got this runway with McDuffie with the fifth-year option. But I like that move. You're not counting on Christian Fulton playing 17 games. He's never done it in his career. He's going to get hurt, which the money was okay. You've got some depth. If you've got to roll for a game or two with Najee Johnson or with Joshua Williams, or you kick McDuffie outside, we've seen that you can live with that. You just need him to be healthy for the playoffs.
The interesting sort of, you're talking about that Christian Fulton. I had the same observation. I think a lot of people did. It's not like, had an epiphany and discovered electricity. But with Christian Fulton and if Jalen Watson is healthy, from where they were at a good portion of last year when Watson was injured, this team, with the health of Watson and the signing of Fulton, I think gets better at, you can say three positions, certainly two, because playing opposite, Jalen Watson's healthy, okay, great, plays on the outside. Christian Fulton, if he's healthy, great, plays on the outside and is a representative cornerback at that level, right? He'll give you good cornerback play. He's not going to be, it's not Orlando Scandrick where that's just going to be picked on all the time. Eli Apple, it's not going to be that. So he'll hold his own, and he's great against the run. And moving Trent McDuffie into the slot and having that at least the potential and having at least that option to bring him in there and slide Shamari Connor out of that. I know that they wanted to see Shamari Connor in the slot. It just, to me, wasn't working. I think they got worse at a couple spots last year. They got worse at where L'Jarius Sneed was, and they got worse at the slot corner. They were replacing Sneed and McDuffie last year, and they couldn't do it. So now there's a chance of them replacing Shamari Connor with Trent McDuffie and replacing Joshua Williams with Christian Fulton. And how they improve from that standpoint. So I love this move, and I'm with you. They may even draft one. The question I would have on the Nick Bolton and the Justin Reed, because I was with you. I didn't think they were going to let both of them walk in the same offseason. Would you rather – let's ask it in a vacuum and then this team specifically. So it might be the same answer, it might be different answers. The exact contracts they got, 3 years, $30 million, or $45 for Bolton, 3 years, $31 and change for Justin Reed. So $15 million per year versus $10 and change for Justin Reed. In a vacuum, which of those players would you rather have on the contract? Question one. Question two, for this specific team, which contract would make the most sense?
Yeah, it's tough, right? The Chiefs, in both instances, they chose Trey Smith over Joe Thuney, younger player, and they chose Nick Bolton over Justin Reed, the younger player. Justin Reed, I feel like, was the better safety this year and has been for at least a decent chunk of his time here in Kansas City. It's tough because the money is a little bit cheaper. I'll just come back to this. I think that no person besides Steve Spagnuolo does more for the defense than Nick Bolton does. And I think it is easier to find quality starting safeties through the draft than you take a guy with traits in the first round, like a Jack Campbell, or Jahad Campbell is probably going to be a first-round pick out of Alabama this year. That's no sure thing. So when teams have this guy that they feel that they can trust to run things, they don't want to let him out the door. And if you paid attention in free agency, a ton of linebackers re-signed with their team. And it's the same thing. This is it's the classic, you got to be this tall to get on the ride. if you're a linebacker, you can run this. You can be our defensive captain, our eyes on the field, the green dot. Teams don't want to let that go because the notion of not having it is terrifying to defensive coordinators. So I guess I'll lean towards Bolton in this instance, though I don't necessarily think that he's as quality of a safety as Justin Reid is. I think by the time this contract is over, I think Nick Bolton might be the better player.
Yeah, I think you can make a strong argument that in a vacuum, you take Justin Reid, 27-year-old safety, $10 million per year, and then it gives you the flexibility with $5 million and the guaranteed dollars and cap and all of that stuff. But just speaking in generic terms, it gives you a little bit more flexibility to go and find somebody else. But for this team, I think Nick Bolton is more important than Justin Reid because you have Jaden Hicks that you drafted last year. Brian Cook is still on the team. If Shamari Connor can slide back to being a guy that can move around the field and not say, here you go, you're playing the slot and you're being a cover guy, we'll know it. We can bring you in the box. We can move you to a cornerback at this particular play. You can be, roaming in different places. You can be a deep safety if we need you to be. Sort of use him in that way and maximize some of his strengths if McDuffie's in the slot. I think you have more options there rather than without Nick Bolton, it's Chanel and Tranquil, and I don't know who after that. Maybe a draft pick. So for this team, I think the Nick Bolton contract makes more sense. Price Carter, Arrowhead Addict. Price with the cap space. The last one for you, we'll let you go. This could be a quick one. With the cap space freed up, is part of this just to, one, we know it's to get compliant with the NFL, but keep the lights on, or have they freed up space, do you think, for them to make another middle-of-the-pack move or maybe a few minor moves over the next few weeks?
Yeah, I definitely think that I've seen various reports on where they sit total cap space-wise right now. We might not know until some of the numbers come in on, like, Christian Fulton and what his cap hit is year one. To me, I think that, one, that gives them breathing room to have a draft. I think the really big lever here is Trey Smith. If they are able to get Trey Smith's deal done, like right now he's on a really big cap number of $23 million. If they get that deal done, they will obviously bring his number down in year one. That gives them a nice runway to actually have some real cap space in the middle of the year. Now, there's some deals that they also need to get done. This is now the time to start negotiating with Trent McDuffie or George Karlaftis if you're wanting to do that. But I do think that there's probably some more moves on the way. I would not rule out another wide receiver addition, whether that be just a guy that they're familiar with, like a Juju Smith-Schuster. We already saw Justin Watson go to the Texans. I think that they probably need a sacrificial X at best if they're not going to draft that guy. I think we've all pointed to the defensive line and said, hey, this is a spot that has holes. Charles Omenihu still doesn't have a deal. I think that given the way he tweets, he thought that his value was a lot, and I'm not sure that the market agreed with him. So there's a chance that he's sitting back out there. You start feeling much better about this pass rush if he's here, because despite what the production has been when he's on the field, this would be his first, hopefully, fingers crossed, full healthy season in Kansas City, where he's not suspended and he's not recovering from an ACL. And usually those guys, they get better the year after. So this could be a really good opportunity to get Omenihu back in the building with some of that space that they have.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind them bringing back Charles Omenihu, and whether that's Juju as a wide receiver or I wouldn't mind taking a chance on Mike Williams as a guy that if he's healthy, a full offseason where he can, work out and recover from an ACL as well for him. So maybe you're betting on, he's an older guy, but the potential when he's playing, he's a big receiver, and his contested catch rate is really good. So, along those lines, I wouldn't have minded them bringing in Westbrook-Akina either from the Titans, especially on that deal, which felt like pennies compared to what some of the other people are getting. Price Carter, Arrowhead Addict, does a great job covering the Chiefs and, of course, the draft, which is getting closer and closer. Price, appreciate the time, brother, and looking forward to our next conversation already.
Absolutely. Have fun, guys, out there.
Absolutely, man. We will. The Big 12 tournament is where we are at right now. We are at the Miller Lite Fan Fest with Sports Radio 810 WHB and Miller Lite. And the Chiefs are in free agency mode still 2.5 hours before the league year starts. I mean, who knows who's going to sign where? I'm so excited because I'll tell you what, Sterling, we'll take a break, but we'll talk about a couple players that I think the Chiefs should go after. There's this tackle from the 49ers named Jalen Moore. He filled in for Trent Williams. And then the Chargers last year had a 1-year deal with Christian Fulton and 4 years with Tennessee, second rounder. He's had some injury problems, but when he's played, he's been out there. And I might even take a chance on, Elijah Mitchell. guys like that. I think those are names to watch as free agency starts.
That's a name to watch.
Really?
I would sign Dylan Michaels right now to a long-term extension. I would do it.
I absolutely would do it. Dylan, will you sign a 5-year extension to stay here at Sports
Well,
Radio 810?
let me talk to my agent. We don't negotiate without the agent involved. So
breaking news.
Okay, is it breaking news sounder worthy?
Wide receiver Marquez Valdez-Scantling is signing with
the Steelers,
an AFC West at one point team.
At one point, an AFC West team, the Seattle Seahawks.
The Seattle Seahawks.
Okay, it's like, wait a minute, that kind of gives it away. Man, I thought he was going to follow. I thought he was going to follow Aaron Rodgers to Pittsburgh. Thought they were going to add somebody else that's just going to run down the field.
Wait a minute,
just going to run straight down the field.
Is this now a hypothetical where Rodgers is going to say, you know what, maybe I'm going to go to Seattle now?
No, that's no. They got Sam Darnold.
Oh yeah, well, if you have Sam Darnold, all things are fixed, huh?
Well, I mean, why not? The Steelers don't have Kenny Pickett anymore. Neither do the Eagles. I mean, who knows what's going to happen? The Browns don't have DTR. I mean, there's so much quarterback maneuvering right now. Daniel Jones, it's Indiana Jones.
Who will be
now.
the Chiefs' backup quarterback next year? That's the real battle. That's the real question mark.
Brady Cook. Let him cook. Let him cook. Let him just learn and cook behind Patrick Mahomes.
QB sneaks will be fixed.
And there's one thing we know about Andy Reid. He loves having young, inexperienced backups behind Patrick Mahomes. That's what he loves having. Yeah, you're right. You do have to mark $2 or $3 million for whoever the backup's going to be for the Chiefs because they can't get out of that market for whatever reason. But there you go. We'll see when Aaron Rodgers finally decides to make it public that he's going to go to the Steelers. That seems to be the consensus that he's going to be a Steeler by the end of the day. But it's Aaron Rodgers, so he might not decide until 2028. More Zone next. Nope, hold on. And then at the end, somebody knocks on the door, and Bo Jackson looks over and says, "Who's that?" And it says, "To be continued." And they're wearing, the jacket or whatever. And so it's like whoever knocks at the door is the guy that's going to be the Royals Hall of Famer for 2025. And people are now guessing who that is. So here are the Easter eggs as a part of this. Well, let me tell you who was eligible this year, first of all. So, Dylan, here are the players that are eligible, the 5 newcomers, and then the 4 players that got at least 10% of the vote last year. So there are 9 players eligible for the 2025 Royals Hall of Fame. These are in alphabetical order. Carlos Beltran, Billy Butler, Johnny Damon, Wade Davis, Gerard Dyson, Alex Gordon, Kelvin Herrera, Joaquim Soria, and Yordano Ventura. Those are the players that are eligible. There are 3 Easter eggs in this, or clues in this particular video.
Come on, Watson.
The first clue is that the guy is knocking with his left hand. Now, Sterling and I were talking about this, Dylan. I'm right-handed. I knock all the time with my right hand. I never knock with my left hand. In fact, even trying to do that feels weird. Sterling, who's right-handed, says he knocks with his left hand, but he's weird.
But I also bat lefty.
That's true.
What did Carlos Beltran do?
Carlos Beltran was a switch hitter. Dylan, you're a righty, but you right-left. What arm do you knock with? What hand do you knock with?
I go left as well, so I believe it would be the one you right with maybe, and not in Sterling's case, but for you and me maybe.
Interesting. So maybe the knocking isn't as big of a deal with the left hand.
Knock if you with me.
Because there are only 2 specific left-handers in that would throw left-handed. That would be Johnny Damon and Alex Gordon. Here are the 2 other clues that they released here. You ready for this, guys, to see if you want to guess who it is? They're shooting pool, and they do a close-up on the rack of balls that they just set as they're getting ready to break or, whatever. And the close-up, there's only one number on a ball you can see, and that's number 4. And then George Brett is dealing as the dealer and is like, all right, guys, 5 cards, stud, 4s are wild. Alex Gordon's number 4 and throws left-handed.
No, he does not.
So we're thinking it's Johnny Damon.
No, he's a right, but he swings left-handed. You're right, but he swings left-handed.
I've already ruined your plot.
You are, yes. He swings right. He swings lefty and throws righty. Yeah, so it goes to your point where you bat left and you knock with your left hand. So Sterling actually helps out the point here.
I actually knock both, but I feel like I lead left-handed normally.
So maybe the knocking doesn't matter as much as the zoomed in on the number 4 ball on pool and 4s are wild.
I'll go with those 2. Yeah. No,
I said Carlos Beltran before any of these clues.
You did say Carlos Beltran first.
Which makes sense. I mean, great player. So
yeah, he was 15. And then he threw right, batted both.
All the Easter eggs say
Gordo.
Yeah.
But
that's what I said. The clues say Gordon.
Beltran's in his 40s. 4s are wild.
Oh, yeah, that's a good point. And he wore 1-5, and it's 5-card stud.
Yes,
is what George Brett said.
And 5 minus 1
equals 4.
Oh,
because
wow.
15. 1 minus 5.
Oh my gosh!
Now
Sterling, that's a great litigation there.
That's pretty good.
That's great.
It's like it feels like it before you even said who it was. If you just without the video, if we just said those are the eligible players, those would be the top 2, right? That you would immediately go to Beltran and Gordon.
And Beltran, I just think, is older. I feel like Beltran's next in line. In his last year in Kansas City, 2004.
That's a good point.
Wow.
Yep.
Yeah.
4s are wild. I don't know. The knocking threw me off. So it would be so now it's Johnny Damon who is the only one that would throw left-handed.
I mean, it would make sense if it was Gordo, right?
Yeah.
Beltran's major league debut, September 14th.
So, yeah, I feel like that would be the next kind of new age.
I think Beltran, because he played 6 years with the Royals, was traded. By the way, he was traded on June 24th.
I'm just saying.
2004, and 5 minus 1, he 415. 5 minus 1 is 4. But the fact that Alex Gordon played his entire career, and last year sort of took everybody back to 2014, 2015, and the fans vote part of it, I think it's Gordo.
Yeah, and correct me if I'm wrong. Did Carlos Beltran tie Game 1 of the World Series of any of his years in the Royals with a home run in the bottom of the ninth against?
In the 2002, 2002 Kansas City Royals, Carlos Beltran in Game 1 of the World Series hit the home run. Oddly enough, off Uris Familia.
Well,
off a 1-year-old Uris Familia. I have no idea.
In fairness, Carlos Beltran a lot of times didn't get their 4th win until June. Yeah, so those teams were bad.
Yeah.
So.
That's I think it's just an obvious Gordo because you're kind of choosing between two newer age players and one did so much more for this organization. Beltran had one great year where we missed the playoffs as a team. I'm saying as a team, he had a good season with the team where we missed the playoffs. Gordon had two.
Guys, we're forgetting something here. Carlos Beltran's final year. You know his age?
He was
something
54.
With a 4. Yeah, something with a 4.
He was 4 years old?
40.
Oh. Was he banging trash cans with the Astros that year? Was that
that's a good point.
And that's another thing.
Is he far enough removed from that to be cool with or maybe
and we
Carlos
know the Major
Beltran's
League Baseball Hall of Fame ain't going to be cool with it. I mean, judging off what they do.
He had 4 years in Kansas City where he had at least 20 home runs.
Now you're just searching. Yeah. Now you're just trying to I feel like now it's thou doth protest much.
4 years with at least 100 RBIs in Kansas City. Just throwing that out there.
Can you help that poor horse out and take the stick away from Sterling, Jason? I'm not down there.
Oh, my goodness, man.
The horse is he's no longer breathing.
But, yeah, I'm going Gordon. And you're right with the Easter eggs because 4. I mean, they're,
Yeah. I mean,
I'm surprised they didn't just say it. With those Easter eggs.
But what did the hand look like, Jason?
It had a darker complexion.
I didn't see it.
But Alex Gordon's played his entire career in sun. He played baseball in sun, and it was the hand. You know what I mean? So the hand would be out in the sun.
The reason why is because before you even said any of the names, even who was eligible, I said Carlos Beltran. If the fans vote on this, it's going to be Gordon.
Well, it's fans, living members of the Royals Hall of Fame, and members of the Royals Hall of Fame Executive Board. Those are the voters.
In fairness, with Carlos Beltran, he didn't play in KC a long time. It's not like he spent his entire tenure in KC. Gordon, if you can only have one of these guys, who would you pick? Well, it's Alex Gordon for what he meant to Kansas City. If you're saying who was the better player, you're going Beltran because Beltran's, in my opinion, he's a Hall of Famer.
Hold on, I want to make sure. I need to look this up with the voters for the Royals Hall of Fame because I'm pretty sure there are media members that are part of it. Let me look it up. All right. Yep. Okay, fans, Royals Hall of Fame members that are still living. Okay, the executive board, and then Kansas City chapter of Baseball Writers Association of America. Members of that, select members, Kansas City media representatives, and current Royals front office staff with 15 years of service or more can vote on that. So there you go. So those are the different. You got fans, Hall of Fame executive board, select members of the Baseball Writers Association of America in Kansas City, media representatives, and Royals front office staff with 15 years of service. Those are 5 different groups of people that vote for the Royals Hall of Fame.
It makes it a lot easier that Gordon played his entire time in Kansas City when I try and pull these stats up here. As far as, because Beltran played 7 years, 6.5 years.
6.5 years, yeah.
In Kansas City.
You know why I know he was traded on June 24th, 2004?
I do not know.
Because as we were talking about at the beginning of the Ari Temkin interview, June 24th is my birthday. I spent my 24th birthday. Legit, I spent my 24th birthday listening to the radio, because I couldn't listen on my phone, listening to the radio in my room that night with Soren Petro and Nate Bukaty and the coverage of the Carlos Beltran trade. And they had Allard Baird on, and they had, we knew it was Mark Tien, so they're talking about, Tien and Buck, Jean-Bo, and Mai Wu. They just, right when he was traded, the rest of the night, Sports Radio 810 was on. And I listened to the entire covers that night instead of going out with my friends for my birthday because I am a freaking dork. So there you go. Turns out sometimes you choose the right profession. Sometimes the profession chooses you. You know what I mean? So that's why I know Beltran was traded on June 24th, 2004.
I guess the thought process is, how long do you have to play in KC to be, in your mind, a Royals Hall of Famer? Because if
I think Beltran is 6.5 years. I'm not saying it has to be that, but I think that's a good number. Like Johnny Damon played 6 years.
I also think what Beltran did was more impressive in KC than Johnny Damon.
Oh, I agree. No, I agree. I'm just saying. I'm just looking at the 9 eligible players right here.
Because if you're going to be real exclusive, then you would say no. Beltran didn't play long enough. Maybe you have to play a decade. Gordon would be in. Salvador Perez would be in. But some of the guys off of the World Series team would not be in because they wouldn't have played long enough. Like Wade Davis wouldn't have been tenured, even as great as he was, wouldn't be in. It just depends on how, because the Royals do have a more exclusive list of players. It's not. It's tough to get in.
And there could also be Ace only pitched 4 years with the Royals.
But Ace could be
a different category.
The Chiefs have that, right?
Yeah.
So
Joaquim Soria was one of the better closers. He played 7 years, but does it matter if 2 of those were separated by 6 years? He had the 6-year gap and then came back for a couple years.
Soria is an interesting one because he would have pitched a lot more in KC than Wade Davis, but also didn't have the success.
A World Series,
yeah.
2 of them, 2 different World Series.
It's wild.
And throwing the last pitch of the World Series for the Royals.
Which was Greg Holland territory.
Yeah, which, by the way, I'm not sure why Drew Butera is not here as part of this. I mean, name the other player that caught the final pitch of the 2005. Who? It wasn't Salvi. It's Drew Butera. I mean, if Wade Davis is eligible, that's the battery. I think you got to go with the battery. I think they go in together. I think it's Wader, check please, and Drew Butera. Drew, when it comes to the Royals Hall of Fame, you got to go. Mick Schaefer coming up in the 1 o'clock hour. He'll be hanging out with us here as we're at the Big 12 tournament. It is the Miller Lite Fan Fest. Sports Radio 810 WHB and Miller Lite joining up for the Miller Lite Fan Fest. And it is presented by Sports Radio 810 WHB live at the KC Live Block Power and Light District for the Big 12 tournament going on today, tomorrow, Friday, and on into Saturday. Tomorrow's Thursday, right? Oh, darn it. Today, tomorrow, and then tomorrow. With the Big 12 tournament. Team pep rallies, watch parties, contests, live music, great food, cold Miller Lite, some great 810 personalities on stage. Stephen St. John, Nate Bukaty, Denny Matthews, Ryan Lefevre, Nate Bukaty. That's how far my impression of Denny goes back to, is when Nate was in the booth back in 04.
Ding, ding.
When we had the Royals.
Wow.
Thanks, Ryan. Denny Matthews, Ryan Lefevre, Nate Bukaty.
Can you do a Bukaty impersonation?
Greg Gurley's fat. Did I get it right, guys? Did I get it right? That Nate impersonation? I can do a Greg Gurley impersonation. Nate's really short. They had a fun one this
I just
morning.
Want to hear.
They had a fun back
Wait,
and forth
but
this
before
morning.
Mick gets here, can you do a Mick impersonation? I'd love to hear you before he gets here, of course. Do a Mick Schaefer impersonation.
Well, I'm glad you said impersonation. Mill Valley. Did I get it right?
That was pretty close. It's pretty close. It's pretty good.
Iowa State's up by 8, 12 minutes to go in the Big 12 tournament, 49-41. The Cyclones. Look, man, everybody around Kansas City, we're all Cyclone fans. You know, make sure the Cyclones stay around for another day or two here at the Big 12 tournament. So
clone up, baby.
K-State, sure. K-State and KU tonight. Our coverage of the Kansas Jayhawks taking on UCF. I did see a UCF fan walking around. I saw one. That coverage starts at 7 o'clock right here on Sports Radio 810 at WHB. Tip-off roughly 8:30 or so. Mick Schaefer coming up next. but how do you think I did?
Well, I was driving in.
Okay. Yep.
It was spot on.
Thank you.
You nailed it.
Thank you very much.
It's the only words I say, and I say it just like that.
Mill Valley. And you got to move your arms like this.
Sorry, I brought some baggage today.
Okay, cool. Yeah, that's.
Remember that show, Baggage? It would play at like 2 a.m. on Game Show Network. I'm a big GSN guy.
You are a GSN fan.
No, I was popular, so I was out dating girls and stuff.
Oh, that time.
This is totally cool, man. It's we would typically watch it at the frat house, and
me and my boys
at a big bachelor party that we just hung around and played some cards, watched some GSN. You know what I mean? Maybe get on the sticks and play some Madden. I'm not sure. Maybe a drinking game with Madden. I'm not sure how wild it's gonna get.
Yeah, no, I always wanted to do that stuff, but I was busy hooking up.
Jesus. All right. Should we talk some sports here? Mick Schaefer's here, everybody.
Mill Valley.
I used to do my sons.
No, we don't want to know anymore, Mick.
My sons would be downstairs, like playing video games. I'd walk down and be like, "Hey, you guys just hanging out, talking about how you'll never kiss a girl? Awesome!" I'll just slam the door, walk back upstairs.
Negative reinforcement is the key.
It's the key.
What a great dad! That is awesome. Are is your boy going to be at the game tonight?
No.
Oh, okay, cool.
I don't know how many K-State basketball games he's gone to. More of the football.
Well, this way he could visit family and go to the game. You know?
Is it spring break yet for K-State? I don't know if it is. Do you know?
I actually don't know.
I should probably know where he is.
I think
he's going somewhere for spring break, but I don't think it's here. And I don't know if it's this week. I lead an incredibly busy life. I've got a lot on my plate right now.
Mick, it is amazing.
You probably
that
golfed this morning.
No, I did not.
You look like you did.
No.
5 years ago,
Wish
you would have known what he was going to eat for dinner tonight.
Yeah.
And now you're like, I don't know. Is he in Manhattan? Is he going on spring break? He might be in South Padre right now. I'm not sure.
It is awesome. I'm
Is
about to have that with another one of the kids.
Oh man, I don't know.
What's the age they hit when that happens?
That's 9.
When he stopped caring about what they were going to eat.
Yeah.
What they were going to do.
What they're going to do.
Or what have they been doing?
Is he at school today? Stop caring.
Yeah.
I don't know if he's at school today. I have no idea. He's supposed to be,
There are some cultures where you're
know.
out of the house by like 14 and you're married with children at that point.
Yeah.
So.
I don't know. That's the Schaefer. It's Mill Valley? Is that what it is?
That's the culture, yeah.
Is that what it is?
Mill Valley.
I'm just like breaking into my Denny Matthews. Hey, I'm going to try to do an impression of Mick Schaefer. Mill Valley.
Big basketball game today. Mill Valley and Shawnee Mission Northwest at State in Wichita. They got to go to Wichita to have a rematch. Mill Valley beat them on a half-court shot the first time around.
I think I remember seeing
that. I think Shawnee Mission Northwest, they probably remember that game. I don't know.
Probably not.
Probably stuck in their craw.
Forget about it.
And so
you move on for those games quickly. I think
Northwest defending state champs are pretty awesome.
Coach burned the tape on that one, so it's buried the basketball. You can't.
This week is ridiculous because you have all the Missouri high school state, all the Kansas high school state stuff. You have the Big 12 going on. You have Chiefs. Hey, we're gonna turn our roster over every single day. Thanks, Chiefs. Maybe give it some pause.
The NFL cannot let anybody have conference championships.
Nobody else can have fun.
Caglione is just absolutely tearing the cover off the ball.
No, that ball, Dylan, is. Wait for it.
It's a delay.
Wait for it.
Is he even in the studio?
He
might be walking.
There it was. Yeah, we got it.
What a payoff.
Yeah. Quick to the button. Quick to the button, Dylan Michaels. We call
that hair trigger, man. Yep.
He has probably podcast in the last hour. And
that throw was. We're getting better. See, we're getting much closer with that. And we'll do some Rotten Tomatoes in the next segment. Mick Schaefer's hanging out with us. Mick, dealer's choice. Do you want to talk college basketball? Would you like to talk some Chiefs? Or would you like to guess who the Royals Hall of Famer is going to be?
Oh, boy.
Did you
First
see
or third?
The Royals put out a video. I'll give you the
let's go
the background for that. Okay,
yeah.
So Royals put out a video. We were discussing it in the previous segment, so that'll just carry over. They put out a video with clues.
Okay,
so they said
fun.
somebody's going to join the most exclusive Royals club, and they're in like a speakeasy. They're playing cards and they're playing pool, and somebody knocks at the door, and then it says to be continued. But the clues that they put in there, as they're shooting pool, it zooms in on one pool ball, and the number is 4. George Brett's dealing cards, and he says 5 card stud, 4s are wild. So there's 2 different hints that they're giving you with the number 4. and here are the 9 players eligible to be in the Royals Hall of Fame. You ready? In alphabetical order. Carlos Beltran, Billy Butler, Johnny Damon, Wade Davis, Gerard Dyson, Alex Gordon, Kelvin Herrera, Joaquim Soria, and Yordano Ventura. Dylan and I have gone with Alex Gordon because he wore number 4.
He wore number 4.
He wore number 4.
Am I being trolled right now?
Yes, that is too
Sterling
on the
went
nose.
with Carlos Beltran because
let me lay this out for
here's his reasoning. Here's his argument.
Okay.
It's now the defense's turn for
he
opening
wore
statement.
number 15.
Yep.
That's 2 on the nose. Everyone knows the 4s are wild, right?
Sure.
What is 1 minus 5?
That's -4. What about 5 minus 1?
5 minus 1.
Well, that would make
That's
more sense
4.
if he was 51.
Why
are we switching his number around?
Because we're doing it.
Because it's detrimental to his argument.
When did he retire? What age? He was 4D. 40 years
4D or
old.
4T?
How many seasons with 100-plus RBIs?
No, 20 home runs.
How many seasons with 20-plus home runs did he have in Kansas City?
I'm going to guess
4.
3.
He had 4. Yeah.
Got it. Okay.
This
What
is
night was he
huge.
traded in what year?
2000.
June 24th, 2004. Anyway, it's Alex Gordon, right?
Yeah, so it's Alex Gordon.
When he knocked, though, they showed a hand.
They
the
showed a
hand
left hand.
knocked. It was a left hand
It did
knocking.
and it had a darker complexion,
It
though.
had the
So it's like,
complexion.
I don't know. Are they trying to give,
Oh,
so,
really?
Yeah, so I'm like, I don't know. I mean, Alex Gordon did play in the sun, so, I mean, his hands could be tanned. He did throw right, but he batted left. Beltran threw right, but he was a switch hitter as well. So I knock with my right hand. I'm right-handed. Sterling says he's weird, and he knocks with his left hand, even though he's right-handed.
I knock both. I knock with both.
What do
hands.
you-
So the last time I knocked on a door.
Yeah,
right
that's a
there.
good point.
There's a door right there. Knock. Knock if you're with me.
He's going to knock.
gonna
Kind of
do
feels like
Naturally,
whatever's the closest as
he,
well.
he uses his knee to knock on the door. Okay, so he knocks knees with the door. That makes sense. That wasn't what this person did.
So Mick Schaefer not going to be the guy elected in the Royals Hall
So
of Fame.
there's no other 4s in there, right? The names you listed.
No.
Was there a 44? Probably not a 44, was there?
I mean,
4s are wild. Yeah, I feel
they're breaking.
I'm
breaking
on the
away.
side a little bit to where, like, okay, they made that really obvious. The first time I heard you say 4, I'm like, okay, Alex.
Wait, time out.
They say it again. Okay, it's really, really obvious.
Hear me out.
But maybe they're like, fine, it's obvious.
Billy Butler was 16, right?
What's 6 minus 1?
4 times 4.
What's- 16.
4 times 4 is 16. They said it twice, right? 4s are wild, and they had the number 4. 4 times 4.
What was the
Do you,
16.
do you think Billy Butler's getting in the Royals Hall of Fame before Alex Gordon?
I don't know, but
I'm just saying.
I'm just saying.
I think there's really only 2 choices here: Beltran and Gordon. The other,
I think there's one choice.
I do too, because the other factor is. Has enough time lapsed from the banging on the trash cans
That's
and
true,
Beltran
yeah.
being a part
How
of
many
that
trash
to-
cans did he bang on?
4.
4.
Nailed it.
How many
Dang it.
games did that help him win in the World Series? 4.
Billy Butler had 5 stolen bases.
I played
I
golf.
wish he had 4.
Sterling played golf with Carlos Beltran. You know what they had to yell all the time?
Watch out!
Yes, look out over there. Heads up.
You and I were on the same wavelength. On that.
Billy Butler
Sorry,
drafted in what year?
Sorry, I leaned with the tape too.
No, watch out.
Drafted in what year was Billy Butler? 2004.
2004.
I'm just saying.
He played his last year with the Royals was 2014. 14. So anyway, 3 of the 4 of us think it's. How many people are voting here? 4. 3 of the 4 of us think it's Alex Gordon.
I'm going
Hey, look,
Beltran.
it's Greg Gurley.
Oh, yeah. Let's
Greg
fit
Early.
more people
What's up,
in here.
Greg?
Come on,
and
swing
make it
in.
Greg.
Greg,
we
swing in.
totally have room for Greg.
It's a blast in
Greg.
here.
I did
Okay.
Did you hear my Greg Gurley impression I did earlier?
Yes. Hey, Amy. You can stay, Amy.
Here's
Greg,
my
you go. That'd be a good
here's
plan.
here's my Greg Gurley impression, right? So you got Brian Haney, rock chalk it up, Greg. Nate B. Katie Short. There you go. There's my Greg Gurley impression.
Sounds just
So-
like you.
I nailed it, right?
Hey, you want to see something?
I don't know about that. Yeah.
Still got it.
Oh,
Still got it.
Is that a money clip that you got from
Look.
Gurley?
I got a $2 bill from Gurley.
are we doing $2 bills? Show off?
Said
Let's-
it's
But you
good.
didn't get it from Greg Gurley.
Yeah. He said it's good luck.
Is this for me?
Oh, you don't get one. Take
Sorry,
one.
because-
Oh,
thank you, Greg.
I'll rip another
And I-
one,
Oh,
Greg.
yeah, you like it? Oh yeah. Thank you. My long hair, the mullet.
Thank you. Appreciate
Jason
that.
is now showing off his luscious mullet to Greg Gurley.
Yeah.
And Greg Gurley's giving
He said he
him
liked it.
way too many compliments for a,
Said I
a
kind of
man
do.
with
That
a
was honest though. When you say,
Oh, he's
yeah,
a-
it looks good, but when you say,
Gurley's a
you know what,
He's a
man.
fashionista.
you know what, I kind of do.
fashion guy.
I kind of do is honest. When you say, you know what, I kind of do. That's honest.
Yeah.
You know, the no, it looks good. Yeah, no, I like it. I really like it. Sometimes you can be a little too emphatic about that.
Yeah.
But the fact that he was like, you know what, I kind of like it. I believe that. So
Every
now I'm going to let it grow
outfit
further.
I've ever worn in front of him, he said he's hated and has made fun of it.
Well, he does have a polo tucked into jeans. So.
But he's wearing a belt, though.
He's wearing a belt.
He is wearing a belt. Yeah,
So
that
it's all
helps.
good.
It helps break
So
up
it's all good.
Break that up.
Yep. So
you
we're
did
all
get
going.
a nice chiller building. I like this room right now. There's a lot of luck
That's right.
permeating throughout this.
So 3 of the 4 of
studio.
us are voting Alex Gordon. Okay, that we think it's Alex Gordon.
Did they say when it's going to happen?
No, I don't. I actually don't know when that's announced. Maybe I can go back to last year and see.
I think it's
when
Dwayne Bowe.
Dude, that'd be so awesome if it was Dwayne Bowe. It's about time he gets in. I mean, he needs.
He was
some
82,
respect.
right? What's 8 divided by 2?
4. He was part of that year where there were 0 wide receivers that had a touchdown pass. What's 4 touchdown receptions minus 0 receptions for touchdowns for wide receivers? 4. I mean, it's just like it's so obvious.
How many touchdowns were Dwayne Bowe and the Chiefs up on the Colts in the playoffs?
Oh, good God, 4.
4.
Oh, no.
KHSB.
Whoa.
KS.
What station is that?
ELGLES.
EGLSES. KSHB.
41.
4. D1. How many people are in this room right now?
Oh, 5.
Thanks,
Drake.
That was great.
Great comedic timing.
March 13th, the Royals announced Bo Jackson was going into the Hall of Fame last year. So March 13th,
tomorrow?
that would be, so I guess they put out the video to say, because they know who it is, because, you know, he's the one knocking on heaven's door, rapping at my
was Bob Dylan,
chamber
actually.
door. Quoth the Gordon, nevermore. So there you go. We've gotten to the bottom of that it's Alex Gordon. We've all figured it out there.
Carlos Beltran.
It's not Beltran. It's Alex Gordon. It's Wade Davis, right? It's Wade Davis. I think it should be.
Wait, what was he? Was he 51?
I think it should be Drew Butera.
That's 5 minus 1.
So that's just me. Drew Butera.
Thinking like Sterling. Oh, my God. I'm going to throw myself through a plate
don't
glass
do that.
window.
You need more beers than you to think like me, pal.
No, nobody.
How
needs
much
to
you
think
drank
like
today?
Sterling.
You're
More than you.
4.
really?
And bachelor parties after this.
Sterling, he set it up for you. He said, "How many beers have you drank today?" And you said, "A little bit more than you." But 4. Like, he set it on a tee for you, and you swung and missed, man. Jeez, you know who wouldn't do that? Gordo. Because he was number 4. So I'm guessing probably tomorrow or later today maybe that they'll make that announcement.
Took a lot of walks. You know how many balls that takes?
4.
No, 2 big ones to lay off those pitches.
Boy, you gotta respect. Was it the White Sox that the Indians were playing in Major League with ball 4, ball 8, ball
12.
Tried the outside corner and missed. You gotta respect the team for laying off pitches that close. You know
Who was the Royal who did that? Was it Miguel Asensio? Like his
Asensio.
first 16 pitches?
ball
Or,
4, ball 4, 4 straight walks. But once he got the first strike in there, he only walked a couple more guys.
Right.
So I mean, once he started throwing strikes, it was nice. All right, so I wanted to present this real quick as the Chiefs created $50 million in cap space. I do think there's a chance that Trey Smith may take a little bit longer because of the check that Clark Hunt will be writing. I say that I don't think they're close because that's why he signed his franchise tag. And I don't think they're close because that's why they created so much cap space and took every single dollar that they could from Patrick Mahomes' roster to signing bonus and Chris Jones' roster to signing bonus. They clear up both of them to get $50 million there. But looking at the guaranteed dollars that the Chiefs had to pay that are going to pay this offseason for the new free agents. Nick Bolton's $30 million. Trey Smith signing his tag is $23.4. Jalen Moore's $21.25. Christian Fulton's $15 million. These are all guaranteed dollars, and Hollywood Brown is $6.35 million. When the guaranteed contract is signed, 75% of that money has to be put in escrow immediately. So Clark Hunt writes a check then. Those players, Bolton, Trey Smith, Jalen Moore, Christian Fulton, and Hollywood Brown, come to $95 million. But on Friday, Patrick Mahomes' 2026 roster bonus of $10.4 million becomes fully guaranteed. So then Clark Hunt has to put that in escrow on Friday. The roster signing bonus for this year and Chris Jones has already been paid for because that became guaranteed 2 years ago. So it's $106.4 million of guaranteed money that Clark Hunt is writing a check for in escrow. 75% of that is $80 million. So Clark Hunt will write an $80 million check in escrow for the guaranteed dollars of those contracts so far. And I do think there's a chance, at least, that the Chiefs may have agreed to something with Trey Smith parameters, and Clark Hunt's like, hey, Brett, maybe chill a few months on the $25 million that I'm probably going to have to write extra because he's got to write 75% of the $23 million, but Lindstrom's at $48 million fully guaranteed as a guard. Trey Smith's going to get more than that. So you're probably looking at another $25 million check that Clark Hunt is going to have to write. $25 million, gaining a percentage in the bank as opposed to being written to Trey Smith a month. You can make a little money on $25 million sitting in the bank for 1 month or 2 months.
To your point, Jason, is that the Bengals are basically they're against giving out guarantees for that reason because they don't have the money to write that into escrow.
They don't have the cash, and writing an $80 million check is tough even for Clark Hunt.
Sure, I'm sure.
And so I think I'm just throwing out there's a possibility that the Chiefs and Trey Smith may be a little closer than what I think, but Clark Hunt might be telling Brett Veach to pump the brakes on the Trey Smith contract because I'll write that check in June. I'll write the extra $25 million check to Trey Smith.
So why would it be 25? So it's going to be 75% of what his
the reason
value
I'm saying
would be this
the reason
year?
I'm saying 25 is because he's already at 23 million guaranteed. Lindstrom's at 48, and I think he's gonna dunk on that with the guaranteed dollars. Trey Smith instead of playing on the franchise tag. So I think what you'll probably be looking at is maybe 55 or 60 million dollars. Guaranteed for Trey Smith on his contract.
So basically a 5-year deal with 3 years guaranteed.
I think something like that, yeah. And so that might be another $25 million check that Clark Hunt's going to have to write where he's like, let's chill a little bit.
Because you're already factoring in the franchise tag to the 106.
Yep, the 106 already has the $23 million factored in to that. Because once he signed that, Clark Hunt does have to pay 75% of the $23 million once he signs that, which I thought was interesting because Chris Jones never signed his franchise tag. Last year, they got it done before the tampering window opened up, and you have till July 15th to actually sign it and play on the 1-year deal. So we'll see. I like the moves they've made so far, but they went to the oil reserve of Patrick Mahomes and got every single ounce of oil out of that they could this year. I think that's an indication of where they are and the moves that they still have to make because they literally have one defensive tackle on their roster, and it's Chris Jones. Literally one defensive tackle, Chris Jones. You might play defensive tackle this year, man.
Yeah, because Nadi hasn't re-signed, right?
Nope. Turk is a Panther now. Pennell's a free agent. Nadi's a free agent. Yeah, so they've got 5 defensive linemen on their roster right now. Karlaftis, Jones, Dana, FAU, and B.J. Thompson.
Wow.
So I think you could do a mock draft with 8
3
defensive
DTs
linemen because they got 2 more. They got 2 compensatory picks today from the NFL. The Chiefs did, and Mr. Irrelevant. So if they don't trade it,
they
the
get
Chiefs
Mr. Irrelevant.
They got Mr. Irrelevant because they were the final comp pick.
Okay, it's a comp pick.
The final comp pick that was
makes
given out.
Because the comp picks are going to be after the round, and so it's
Yep.
not going to be like the Phillies' last pick of the 7th round.
And nobody, all of the different, like Spotrac and Over the Cap, didn't think that the Chiefs would.
They got
the numbers,
more than they thought.
Yeah, would numbers get to 2 comp picks? The cutoff was like, I think Miami or L.A. above the Chiefs. And L.A., Miami, and the Chiefs all got extra comp picks than what a lot of those sites thought they would. So the Chiefs got the last one because the Eagles didn't get an extra 7th-round comp pick. So Chiefs have now Mr. Irrelevant, which Ryan Suckup, it worked out for him. And there's
Brock Purdy.
And their 7th-round picks have been anything but irrelevant for the Chiefs. So, I say don't trade it. Don't trade it, and let's have fun with Mr. Irrelevant for the Chiefs this year. So they have 3 7th-rounders. So there you go. They are just swimming in picks now. Now they can move up to number 15 if they want to. So many picks.
I am still thinking about 4. Miguel Asensio had 4 walks his first debut with 4 earned runs.
So
and his
it's
age?
It's probably him.
44. It's probably Miguel Asensio.
Dylan, it's time for a break right now, please. Throw break. Hanging out at the Big 12 Tournament, Miller Lite Fan Fest, Sports Radio 810 WHB, and Miller Lite presenting the Fan Fest, and having some fun down here. Mick Schaefer hanging out with us, and I do want to let you know that the Miller Lite Fan Fest, presented by Sports Radio 810 WHB, live, KC Live, Block Power and Light District, is brought to you by the CW Farm and Ranch Venue, River Bluff Brewery, and Church of the Resurrection. And down here today, tomorrow, Friday, Saturday, with some watch parties, pep rallies, contests, live music, great food, and cold Miller Lite.
It's the best way to have it.
Is right, and a beautiful, beautiful day. I mean, 70 degrees, just clear skies.
Yeah.
Awesome, man. And I'm very excited that we're inside right now doing the show, looking at and seeing people have fun. Oh,
and their short pants. Everybody's got their short pants on.
I know, right? I saw a UCF fan even. Like, it's everybody's here.
They were bundled up there. They were wearing a coat.
Have you officially seen a fan from every school?
I haven't yet. Let's see. I haven't seen a Houston fan.
I have.
Have you really?
I've seen Houston.
Was it a Houston fan or a Cougar? I have not seen. I've seen two BYU fans.
Wait, were they BYU fans or Cougars?
They were BYU fans. God, that's a terrible joke. Actually, that's the worst joke ever. I'm actually mad at you for saying it. BYU doesn't even play till tomorrow, and there were BYU fans walking around yesterday. Yesterday was
You have the
Tuesday.
chance to get out of Utah.
That's a great point.
Grab it.
And see, and they're excited about coming to Kansas. Yeah, but they're excited to come to Kansas City, though. Like, unlike Utah fans, they're like, "Oh, I can't believe we're not going to Vegas." BYU fans are like, "Hell yeah, let's go to KC,
like, let's
baby."
go to a state. Well, we're in Missouri; they got mountains, but like Kansas has no mountains. Let's stay in Kansas. There's no mountains.
That's right. Yeah, we can actually see to Utah
the whole way.
It's clear as day. I haven't seen Colorado yet.
They got the upset.
Yeah, no West Virginia. I don't think I saw TCU yesterday.
I have seen Colorado.
I bet we go out there.
No Oklahoma State. Haven't seen one Oklahoma State fan here yet.
Still
haven't. I've abandoned them.
Not at all.
There's an Iowa State. Oh, there's Iowa State, and there's
there's
Iowa
State fans. Finally,
oh,
and
then finally, there's an Iowa State fan.
I didn't see Iowa State.
Oh, there's Iowa State. Oh, there's Iowa State. I'm not even doing a bit right here.
That was a Cyclone fan.
Was Iowa State.
Iowa State winning by 20 over Cincinnati, 76-56. They do cover the 8.5. They do cover the 8.5. So if K-State can knock off Baylor tonight and KU knocking off UCF, then we can get yet another day.
Houston.
Oh, there was a Houston? There
Two Houstons.
All right, great.
Yeah, they're in the Cougar Brass. They're in the band.
Yeah. I never saw any Utah fans, so I doubt I'm going to see some now that they ended up losing last night. So I don't think I'm going to be able to get all of the schools. I haven't seen Arizona yet, but they don't play till tomorrow.
One of the stories we did at the NFL Draft a couple of years ago, I went out with a piece of paper with all the names of the NFL teams on it and see how long it took me to find a fan from each team. I thought I would be out there for a couple hours and probably not get the Jaguars or a Seahawks fan.
Mm-hmm.
I was out there 28 minutes.
I was going to say, dude, it
28 minutes,
crazy.
and I wasted time doing interviews with people. I could have seen everybody in 10 minutes probably.
Yeah, when I when we were walking and it was like, all right, let's head to as close to Union Station as they would allow us, and like the front row was already like 20 different teams, like just in the front row. I'm like, why are there 30 Houston Texans
Enough dilly-dallying, boys. We got to get to Rotten Tomatoes, or else we'll have no time.
Did they know?
I've officially seen more SEC fans here than Utah fans. So, yeah, they know that the Big 12 tournament is in Missouri. Okay? I'm just saying, this is SEC country, baby. It just means more now. Now the tournament means more here at the Big 12.
Yeah, tomorrow could shape up to be a wild night. You have KU and K-State playing separately. Although my head, I swear for like 2 days this week, I'm like, we get to Thursday, it's KU and K-State playing each other. Oh, no, wait, there's 4 more teams still waiting for opponents.
It's got to get to Friday for that. Yeah. All right, let's do some Rotten Tomatoes here. Dylan, we'll start with you. How about that? We're going to start with Dylan. We'll go Dylan, Sterling, Mick, me. Dylan, Sterling, Mick, me.
Do you have the pen? Can you keep track of scores?
I'll keep track of scores. So I got a little me. I got a little Sterling. I got a little Mick and a little Dylan.
A little Dylan.
A little Dylan. All right, Dylan, we'll start with you. What's your first movie?
My first movie is a Mystery Science Theater 3000 classic. It's the actual movie, The Manos, The Hands of Fate. Came out in 1966 about a family traveling across the country that encounters a cult that sacrifices people's hands to their gods.
What the heck? That's awesome. How'd you know about this movie, Dylan?
Mystery Science Theater 3000, big fan. So.
Wait, they cut their hands off?
13%. 13.
All right. Sterling's 13.
And so this is the fan vote, right? First,
No,
no,
are we
critics.
going critics?
Oh, critics, gotcha. What's it called? Hanos?
Manos, Manos or The Hands of Fate, 1966.
Oh my God. What did you say?
13.
So if I gotta go lower, I gotta go 8.
It has to be 5, right? Or 3? No, it has to be 3.
Yeah, especially on top of that.
Yeah.
I don't know which way. So I'll go. I'll be dumb and just go 10.
I'll go 7 since I can go 3 lower. I'll go 7.
Jason is the winner. I think I finally found the crown jewel at a 0% critic score. Yes, I finally found a movie with an actual 0. Would you like to hear the first critics review that I was able to find?
Yes.
Absolutely.
Yes.
From Chris Stuckman from chrisstuckman.com, just one below Variety and Siskel.
Stuckman, yeah.
Siskel and Ebert.
Stuckman family.
Atrocious on every level, but there's a but. There is something to say about the fact that it exists. So there you go.
That's great.
Basically gave him a kudos for making the film.
But they kept their feet.
Yeah. There you go.
The hands were gone, but
All
feet
right.
were there.
So
All
then
right,
what did the audience...
1 for me.
What did
Okay,
the
yep.
audience say about
Now we'll
this
start with
movie?
Mick.
Higher than 0. Maybe not.
No.
I'll go 5% audience.
Oh.
Good, I can go
Is that
2
way too
then.
high?
I can
Dang
go
it,
2.
I'm screwed because now I can't go 0.
You can go 0. No, you can go 0. Yeah.
I will go 8.
Actually, Sterling, you won. Somehow, the audience gave it a 20%.
Wow.
And I wonder how much of that is because I remember seeing this on Mystery Science Theater 3000, which was the only reason
good
I
point.
remembered it at all, and actually the only way you can enjoy that movie at all as well.
Wow. All right, now we go to Sterling with your first movie.
All right, John Travolta is Gotti. Raised on the streets of New York, young John Gotti found his way into the Gambino crime family. His wife asked only one thing from John, to never expose their children to his profession. But he broke the vow.
Oh, no.
And now John Jr. took his place. John Travolta is Gotti.
Remember am I first?
Yep, it's you first.
I remember coming out and okay, let's go. Then I never remember anything after that. So I'm guessing it was panned. So I'm going to go 32% critics.
Yeah, I was thinking somewhere around 36% of
you guys stop getting around me?
Right around
too close.
there.
That's the middle.
Dylan?
Dylan, what are you thinking?
Wasn't that movie awful? I think I'm going to go with 20% on the critic.
You're correct. It was awful. Dylan wins. This one I thought I was going to have. This is a 0%
No
on the
way.
critics.
Wow.
Yes.
Oh, my
What?
God.
Yeah,
No
I
way.
thought I was
He
going to be the one with the 0, but
Damn.
Dylan beat me to
Can you
it.
believe that?
It was a 0.
That movie
what
actually got press and all that other stuff. I can see where
0%.
Manos and Hand of Fate might have 0.
The critics' consensus. It just has one word. Forget about it.
That is one word.
That's awesome.
You put it
Absolutely
together.
is.
Yeah, it's like 18 letters.
It's like if I'm talking to Coach O, I'm like, oh, you better get over there, you some bitch. Like that's one word. You know what I mean? Like, let me tell you what I'm going to do to you. I'm going to your face, boy.
So, yeah.
All right, so what about so Dylan got the point there. Now we need the popcorn-o-meter.
2018 this came out. John Travolta.
So I'll go first on the popcorn-o-meter. I will say
But was it a cult classic?
Yeah, no, it wasn't. I'm going to say 37%. Dylan?
That's a good one. I'm going to go 34.
Mick Schaefer.
I need a point. I'm going 30.
Ooh.
44%
Yes,
audience
sir.
I
somewhat
still need a
light.
point. Still need a point.
That's me.
Yeah. Shocking.
That's me. 2 for me, 1 for Sterling, and 1 for Dylan. Now, Mick Schaefer has a chance to earn points. Oh, wait, no, he doesn't because it's his movie
Can't.
now.
Yeah.
He cannot earn points
It's
here.
actually not my movie. My my intern, Mackenzie Nelson, is here.
Oh, that's
so
cool. Where are you going to school, Mackenzie? What are you studying to do? Or do you want to do TV? Or
What do you want to be when you grow up?
In front
Just
of the,
like
She's going to
Mick?
41 University.
in front of the camera or behind the camera? Which would you prefer?
Oh,
behind the
definitely
camera?
she's gotta be behind the
Behind the camera. That makes sense. Yeah. No, I wasn't going to say anything, but yeah, that's cool.
So, give me your favorite movie. So she says, I heard this one. The Top Gun Naval Fighter Weapons School is where the best of the best train. I don't know.
Ooh, wow.
Movie's called Top Gun, and it has a young
okay.
actor named Thom. Cruz. Kreis.
Thomas.
Kreis.
Thomas Kreis. A very tall individual, right?
All right. So, yeah, Jason, are they very tall? Ugly and tall. For tomato meter, what would it get?
I'm gonna say that that people enjoyed it. I'm gonna say 64%.
This is critics though, right?
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, my bad. 20%. Jesus.
Yeah.
64%. No, I'm gonna stay with 64, even though I'm clearly wrong.
No, you said the people. So
I see what you. I meant critics.
I'll go 72%.
No, Dylan's up first. Dylan, why don't you go 72%?
Yeah, I will go 72%, actually.
I hope it's actually 72%. But, Dylan, is that what you want or a different number?
Nah, I'll take 75. I think it's a higher rated
Sterling?
movie.
I'll go 72% still.
Are you going in the middle? No. 59%. Very shocked that it was
wow.
that low.
It's another point for me. It's another point for me.
You like
How about
Hate
that?
America, I guess.
I got 1 point all of the first time we ever played. I only got 1 point the whole time. All right, now Dylan, you go first with the popcorn, the fans, the people that matter.
Popcometer.
Yep.
I'll go 90%.
Oh, you son of a gun! I was gonna go 91.
Son of a Top Gun.
93%.
Which way are you gonna go?
87.
Nailed it. 83. What did you nail it? They got close.
Man,
You
I
won.
am on freaking fire.
83%.
I'm not sure I'm going to be able to be caught here, folks.
How many do you have?
So 4 to 1 to 1 right now, to 0.
Zero,
for Mick.
zero, yeah.
But you know what? You get a chance here to make some get some points. All right. So I need to get the description here for this movie. Just nobody's going to know what it is unless I give you the description here. All right. So. In a distant galaxy, planet Spaceball has depleted its air supply, leaving its citizens reliant on a product called Perrier. In desperation, Spaceball's leader, President Scroob, orders the evil Dark Helmet to kidnap Princess Vespa of oxygen-rich Drudia and hold her hostage in exchange for air. But help arrives with the princess in the form of renegade space pilot Lone Star and his half-man, half-dog partner, Barf. Spaceballs. We start with you, Dylan. What is the tomato meter for Spaceballs? God,
I'm trying to remember if we did like an airplane before.
What a cast, too.
It's a great movie.
So good, man. I love Spaceballs so much.
I just don't wonder if the critics don't like spoof movies, so I'll go 60%. I feel like
60%
kind of right in the
him?
middle.
Yeah, I'll go 42% for the critics.
Gosh, I was hoping you go higher than that. I think it's going to be right around there. I'm not going to be dumb and go in the middle, so I'm going to go 39%.
Okay, so if Mick was dumb, he would have got the point.
Dang it.
It's 52%.
I knew it.
Dylan was 8 away. You were 10 away. Dylan had 60. You had 42, Sterling. So it's 52. Dylan was 8%. Dylan gets the point on that one. 52% tomato meter. So Dylan has 2 points.
Mick still can't score.
We start. If you would have split that, I'm like, oh, Mick's going to win. He's going to split this right down the middle. He's going to win. All right, Sterling. We start with you.
Thanks,
What about the popcorn meter?
Yeah, I'll go 87.
87. Mick.
Higher. That feels high though, so I'm going to go 77.
77. What about you, Dylan?
I'm gonna go 70 even.
The closest by just a couple of points. It was 83%. So Sterling.
Oh, dang it!
Because Sterling said 86 or 87. Either way, you were.
87.
Yeah, you were within 4. He was within 6.
Take that, Mick. You will never
I was
win.
in the middle that time. I never know when I'm supposed to be in the middle or not.
Sterling with 1 point there, so it's
Huge.
4 to 2 to 2 to 0. Right now, Mick Schaefer is getting shut out. All right, so Dylan, now it's time for your second movie.
Yes, and we will have to roll through the second round here. So I'm going to go with Lethal Weapon.
Oh, okay.
The first one, Lethal Weapon.
I will go with an 82%.
All right.
Critics.
Yep.
I'll do 75.
Yeah, that's kind of where I was as well. I'm going to the first one, so I'm going to say 72 because it was the first one, and then it
Stop
maybe
putting me in
caught.
the middle.
I'll go 72.
Sterling. It was 80%, so you're very close. So Sterling gets the win on that.
Boom.
So, yeah, none of us could have won because he was within 2%.
We're making a
points of it.
comeback,
So
baby.
Sterling has 3. All right, now the popcorn. We'll start with you, Mick.
Popcorn.
Popcorn. I'll go obviously higher. I'll go 87.
I'm going to go 84% on the popcorn. 87 was right where I wanted to be, but 84 Sterling?
I'll go 81.
81? Oh, wow.
And Jason, this is going to hurt, but 86%. Mick Schaefer with the win. And if you would have gone with 87,
would have got on the spot, I win the game automatically, right? It's like an 8 ball.
No, you get 2 points for that one. But that's exactly what I wanted to be like 86, 87.
Yeah.
All right. Now we head to, so it's 4-3 to 2-1.
Thank you.
Wow, how about that? Sterling, your second movie.
Dim-witted Tommy Callahan inherits a near-bankrupt automobile parts factory in Sandusky, Ohio.
Yeah. 100%.
Tommy Boy.
Yeah,
Tomato meter. The critics.
Critics are going to be dumb and make it a 42.
I'm going to say this is, I think the critics are split between being smart and dumb, so I'll say 50.
Then I got to go 45.
Mick wins. The critics were extremely dumb, 39%.
Wow.
Bleep you critics. Tommy Boy is a absolute masterclass in
All right,
movies.
so I lead off with the popcorn. I will say 81%. Dylan?
Yeah, I'm going to go 87.
So this is one that gets better and better. So you can, as a
I
critic,
guess
see
you
it
can
once
still-
and vote. The
That's
popcorn,
a good point.
More and
that's
more.
A really good point.
What's the highest it's been so far?
He went 80. I went 81. He went 87. So you could split the difference.
I'm
at
not gonna be in the middle. I've learned my lesson. 90.
Give Mick 2 points.
Yeah.
It is 90%.
Exactly.
I got 3
4.
now, boys.
No, you got 4. You got 2 points there.
That's a double. That's a
double.
two for one right there.
Yeah. Did you have 1 point or 2? I thought you already had 2.
He had
You had 2
He
points
had-
already.
He's won 3 straight points.
Yeah, so it's 4
Four
to
total.
3 to 2. 4 to 4 to 3 to 2. Luckily,
Who's clapping for me?
he can't get any points here. Mick, your second movie.
You're never out of the game in Rotten Tomatoes.
So this is an amazing movie. It actually patterns Casablanca, the great movie with
makes
Humphrey
sense.
Bogart. But it's a comedy, and it was Zach Galifianakis' debut. It's called Out Cold, and it's awesome. Combining outrageous, sexy comedy with the hottest snowboarding action around. Out Cold. Have you seen it?
I've heard of it, but I've not seen it. So I'll go first here with the critics. I'll go 11%. Dylan?
Then I'll go 8%.
I'll go 14%.
Oh, you son of a guns.
Dylan 8 on the dot.
Let's go.
Wow.
That means
That's ridiculous. This
2-pointer.
movie is awesome.
By the way, the score is now 4 to 4 to 4 to 3. Sterling has 3.
Wow.
So now it's the popcorn. Dylan goes first.
Mickey said you like this movie?
He said it's awesome.
No, I said I loved it.
Yeah, that's a good point.
That's right. I'll go.
It's got a lot of guys that became stars.
I will go 60%.
Stu?
I will go 45%.
I'm going to go 48%.
Dylan, you were 24 off, but you still win.
No way.
84%. That's how great this movie. Have we seen a discrepancy?
Oh, my
8
God.
to 84. Have we seen that in this game yet?
So I
No,
can't
I
win
don't
now
think
because
so.
now I'm the last one.
84%.
I was literally going to go 69 for a joke,
Wow.
and I would have won if I'd have just gone with the stupid. Why did I have to mature in those last 2 minutes? So stupid. All right, my final movie is Stefan Georgievich, played by Tom Cruise, the star player of his high school football team, desperately hoping that his football talents will earn him a scholarship. His only chance to get out of his dying hometown of Ampike, Pennsylvania, when a heated argument with his coach, Craig T. Nelson, gets him kicked off the team and blacklisted from college recruiters. Stefan must fight for a chance to live out his dream and escape the dead-end future he faces. It is all the right moves. Dylan, do you have all the right choices? Tomato meter critics, we start with you, Dylan.
I'll go 50 right in the middle.
50%. What about you,
50%.
Stu?
Tom Cruise in a football movie, 11%.
11%.
I'll go 53.
It is Mick winning 61%. Mick Schaefer's.
It's a great movie. It's
But
a drama.
Dude, it's a
how
good
is it
movie.
believable? It's Tom Cruise playing football.
Well, because it's not really playing football, because it's Tom Cruise getting in an
He played
argument.
football.
He's
he
a little
played
dude.
football in the
Little dudes play
Navy.
Football. He's fast.
He played
Yeah,
football on the
that's
beach in the Navy.
On the beach.
so,
That's exactly
yeah.
right.
He
In
played
both-
football in The Outsiders.
In both movies, it's 5 to 4 to 3. Sterling needs to get this right on the button to tie it up. The popcorn meter, Sterling. We start with you. Critics went with 61%.
I will go 77.
77. Mick Schaefer.
He's ciphering right now. Doing some neck rolls.
74.
74. Dylan.
Give me. Did anyone have 70? I didn't
No.
hear Sterling's. Yeah, I'll take 70.
What'd you do, go Sterling?
77.
Okay, let me do the math. Dylan, 39%. This was one of the bigger surprises. One of the bigger surprises.
The critics liked it more than the people.
Yep.
Wow.
Dylan.
I should have known because no one believes Tom Cruise can play football. No one believes it. I should have known.
All actors are short.
Dylan wins.
Winner.
Dylan wins 6-5 to 4-3. Dylan got 6.
He's
Mick
a running
with a
back,
huge,
big old neck roll.
Yeah, big old neck roll.
Comeback, huh?
That's right. Mick ends up with 5. I get 4, and Sterling with the first couple out of the gates ends up with only 3. So
Choked.
You went on a cold streak there, buddy. You were Utah last night in the second half. You couldn't hit anything. We'll take a timeout. We'll come back. Wrap up the show next. All right, wrapping up the show, we got a program with Troy Petro coming up next. Mick Schaefer hanging out with us. Mick, thank you, sir. Appreciate it. I know you got a lot of work to do over at T-Mobile, and I appreciate you taking an hour away from that to help out.
I'm going to sit and watch basketball for 4 hours. I got to be on at 6 o'clock. That's it.
That's awesome. And all you got to do is just go there and just wing it for
they just
2.5 minutes or something?
Say, yeah.
Yeah, you just read. Somebody else writes it, right? And
yeah.
then you read it. Nick Jacobs writes it. You read it.
I'm Mike Schaefer.
Drake is in here, so Drake remembers the old
Mike in the prompter.
Drake is here. Drake remembers the old rip and read.
Read, baby.
Rip and read off the rip and read. Okay, here we go. Breaking news: Chiefs have cleared cap space. Rip and read. Thank you, Mick. I appreciate it.
Anytime.
Come on down here to the Big 12 basketball tournament, Miller Lite Fan Fest.
Are we
awesome
here Friday?
spot.
Here Friday, no?
Well, the Big 12 tournament will still be here Friday.
You? No? We'll see.